A victory Monday for the Buffalo Bills. They'll be back on the practice field on Wednesday as they prepare for the New England Patriots this weekend with a chance to stay alive for the AFC East Division crown. Elsewhere around the NFL, we have Monday Night Football tonight between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Los Angeles Chargers. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert expected to start. He is day-to-day recovering from a fractured left wrist. The Chargers also bringing back rookie running back Omarion Hampton from injured reserve. Hampton has been out since early October. The Indianapolis Colts have lost 4 of their last 5 games, and their bad luck continues. Daniel Jones, it was confirmed that he suffered a season-ending Achilles tear. He will not be back for the season. The Colts also still don't have Anthony Richardson available either. He's still on injured reserve due to a face injury. And undrafted rookie Riley Leonard is dealing with a knee injury. Practice squad quarterback Brett Rippon, the only one behind Leonard on the depth chart at the moment. Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski has announced that rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders will be Cleveland's starter under center for the rest of the season. The Browns were eliminated from playoff contention officially yesterday. Sanders had 4 touchdowns in the Browns' 31-29 loss to the Titans. College football. After the college football playoff field was announced yesterday, a total of 10 bowl-eligible teams have opted out of a final game for the season, headlined by Notre Dame, ending their season and opting out of a bowl. The first round of the college football playoff starts on December 20th. To hockey, game day for the Buffalo Sabres as they try to get a road win, taking on the Calgary Flames tonight. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen expected to get the start in net for Buffalo. Puck drop set for 9 p.m. tonight. Pregame will start at 8 here on WGR. This update's brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Back to pass, blitz coming. Allen steps up in the pocket. 40, 30, down to the 20. Allen looking for the end zone, and he's in for a 40-yard touchdown rip. The beast has been released.
They brought zero, had a motion, guy jumping up in the window for my hot, and just kind of tucked it and felt space and just ran. Cooksey did such a great job of running his guy off and then blocking downfield to spring me loose. So you don't get those plays too often, so they're fun.
And it's intercepted. Jumping up in the air is Bedford. Gets away from Burrow. 30, 20, 10, 5. Your AFC Defensive Player of the Week has done it again.
Fans were unbelievable, just awesome, staying with us through 4 quarters. Toughness of the football team was on display, full display, taking it down to the wire. It's a heck of a team, well-coached team. We have a lot of respect for them. Obviously, elite quarterback, and we knew it was going to be tough.
Here's the snap, back to pass, nobody open, pumps, looking right, fires, and wide open in the end zone is Jackson Hawes, and it's Snow Angel time in the end zone for Buffalo.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Here we go. Football Monday is brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Brandon Cooks is already Cooksy. So you said it in here. I was making a list in Alan's quote there, that we just heard, how I've heard this about baseball, and sometimes I'll just be listening to a game and I'll think about this. How impossibly foreign a sport sounds if it's just like all jargon like that. They brought zero there. Like, imagine you've never seen a football game. Right. They brought zero. There was motion. He was hot. There was space. Here was Cooksey. You wouldn't even necessarily rule out Cooksey as a term. Like, maybe that's a thing that also happened on this.
Yeah.
Are they called plays? Zero, motion, hot, space, Cooksey. There might have been more.
It's a little early on in our relationship with Brandon Cooks, but I did have a moment there where I thought, what happened to Jimbo? Cook is Cooksey now? And then I'm like, oh, no, wait.
Cook is Jimbo.
That's Cooks that's running the last defender. Like the only defender that was on that side of the field, it looks like, watching that play back. Cooks did what you're supposed to do. He did that earlier on another Allen scramble that I noticed that didn't go for as many yards, but just – you want to try to get in somebody's way, but it's good at the outset when you see your quarterback doing that. You just keep running because it's going to just take defenders out of the play.
Well, thank goodness for Brandon Cooks that James Cook is not Cooksey. Because then what do we do?
That'd be big trouble.
He can't even be. He couldn't even have been Cookie, either. Cook, because we had a Cookie.
It's been long enough. I think they could get away with calling him Cookie, but they don't. I don't know if that
Jimbo.
was out of some deference to Cookie Gilchrist, but
Probably not.
Probably not is right. Yeah.
And there's McDermott, too, and Allen did the same thing. I just wonder how they really feel. Like, oh, we love our fans. They stuck with us through 4 quarters. You had Allen yesterday, too. Like, almost the first thing he said was how they didn't leave. The fans didn't leave.
But, yeah, which harkened back to opening night, I believe. Yeah.
Are they really walking around with that? Are they really like I don't want to say that. I mean, McDermott and Allen are constantly praising the fans. They're constantly doing that.
I don't feel like Allen was really he was praising the fans, but it was like a reminder that he chided the fans on opening night, right?
No,
like
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
They always will they'll make their own space to compliment the fans. Like, I'm sure every team does the same thing. But it's just weird that the first thing out of their mouths last night was a reference to how the fans didn't leave. I mean, is Allen really walking around with that? Let it go. It's a 1:00 game, and they were above 1% to win. Unlike opening night, which was they were not above 1% to win, and it was 11.
Yeah.
You know, I believe them. Who would not want to believe them when they talk about how great they think the fans are? But, okay, opening night, fans left. You were probably going to lose, and it was a school night. Give me a break. I mean, just why is that something that even would have crossed their minds yesterday? Now, I want to go to a game now and immediately leave. I want to go to a game, walk down to the sideline. Like, hey, guys, I got to go. Sorry, I still love you.
Yeah, I don't know. One might ask why it's crossing your mind now to be upset about it.
I'm not upset. I'm just like, why would they both have immediately had the instinct after that game to talk about how the fans didn't leave?
I think it bothered Allen a lot. I think it must have bothered Allen a lot. If you're really asking, I think it must have really bothered Allen a lot that people left on opening night.
Well,
and
tough.
He probably got some blowback for criticizing the fans. For it.
Good.
And wanted to. I don't know, but I still feel like it was reminding everyone that, hey, remember when I was mad at you on opening night? Like, I don't know. I didn't need that. That's the weirdest part of the whole thing to me. McDermott always says that. And, I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to be conscious of the fact that it's, 30 degrees and snowing the whole time, and it's not easy to sit out there.
McDermott doesn't have to say, thanks for sticking with us. What is he used to? The fans are always sticking with them. The Baltimore game was what was unusual. That was okay, people left because it's super late, and we have to go to work and school in the morning. Anyway. This is not one that we can just sort of settle because some fans think, I got a guy on Twitter who thinks it's maybe super offensive to ever leave a game early. And then you have people who are just sort of normal and I don't care. I bought a ticket.
I had to leave.
I can root for Baltimore if I want.
I wanted to go home.
I can root for Cincinnati. I can stay. I can go. I can buy a hot dog or not. This is sort of what I've signed up for here. Whatever. It's their lives. Anyway, yes, right, not the lead. Here's maybe also not the lead, but a question I had for you. The Bills win by 5. The line was 5.5. You had the Bengals in the picks, which is very unusual for you to go against the Bills in the picks.
That's right.
And I had the Bills, which is very unusual for me.
If I don't like the Bills to cover, they're mostly usually favored. If they're ever not, I think I would almost always take them if they're getting points because they win most of their games. But when they're
they do win most of their games.
If I don't like the spread, I won't pick the game at all usually. But I like Cincinnati to make this game pretty close.
So who was more right?
It was 5.5. So
basically the same. I mean,
right
by a half a point. I don't have to ask this question.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I was super right, but it was close enough.
I think you were way closer to right than I was.
Because you thought the Bills would cover somewhat comfortably, or just cover, right? Yeah.
I mean, I had a minus 5.5, and it was never I was never going to win.
That's right.
Until Benford.
Yeah. I mean,
what is this game before the Benford play? It's the nightmare scenario.
It's your I need another stop and am I going to get it? Right? Because the Benford play is 30 32-28, or no, 28-25 maybe is the score when the Bedford play happens.
He gets them within 3. No,
he gives them the lead. Yeah,
Allen gets them within 3.
Right.
And then Benford gives them the lead, 32-28.
Okay.
5:25 left.
Right.
But even after Allen's run,
right, they were down.
Cincinnati's moving.
Right. They're going to get the ball, and I think come on, McDermott defense, I need a stop. Really, the reason why I didn't pick the Bills in the game is I didn't trust them to get enough stops in the game. But I mean, a pick 6 is a hell of a stop. I mean, it worked out really, really well that play came when it did. But yeah, no, that's right. I mean, it's a 67-yard interception return or something. So
63.
They're at
the 33. The snap is at the 33.
Range. Yeah, I mean, they're there. So they've already driven on you, and you got that play, and it really swung the entire thing. Because the next time they get the ball, right away, you score, kickoff, and the next snap is another takeaway. And the Bills get that, that extra touchdown that it turns out they needed.
Betting the Bills -5.5 or just sort of rooting for them, it never felt good to me. Is that me or is that most of us? Like, it just never felt good until Benford. And then even
for sure,
Benford, after that, the Bengals get the ball back and maybe you would assume they're just going to drive again, and they might even win the clock because now there's less time, and if they time it right, they can drive for the win even maybe, but then you have another pick immediately.
Right.
And then that's it. I mean, mostly, it wasn't literally over.
It wasn't it. It was, the Bills choosing to throw. Did they throw on all 3 of those plays? Because the Allen, he gets sacked. It's 3rd and 15, 3rd and 16, that scramble that Allen has to ice the game. So they were not eating clock, and it gets to there, and I think the announcing crew, and I bet a lot of people thought after they tried to throw and it didn't work, well, they're gonna at least run the 40 seconds here and punt, right? So here comes the give up handoff, and we're just gonna hang on. But they called another pass play, and Allen, I don't know if there was ever, I haven't looked back at the play enough to know if there was any real intent to throw, but the first chance he's got to get out of there, he just gets out of there.
Send everybody downfield and
ices the game.
Run.
Right.
It's a terrible job by Cincinnati.
Yes.
It's worse than losing on a handoff.
They played a couple, that play and the 40-yard touchdown play looked like the Bengals defense had never played against a quarterback who can run ever. And they just played Lamar Jackson.
Who didn't run. Good thing.
But whatever.
For them.
Yeah.
Well, you got through it. Cincinnati, I think, not that it matters because it's literally 5.5 and FanDuel is going to tell you how you did based on the final score. But I think Cincinnati was the right side in that game. But turnovers. There are games when the Bills are big favorites, but they turn the ball over and they don't cover. And, that's just sort of what happens. But the 2 interceptions from a guy that had not thrown an interception all year, I know he missed a lot of time, but still, from Burrow is massive. It's not in any way like a season saver, this result, because they still would have been in good shape.
Yeah.
And now they're in the same shape mostly in the standings.
They're still you're gonna, and maybe this will turn out to be to their detriment. I don't know, but you're still alive for the division. It's slim, right? It's in the teens. I think your percent chance to win it might be. Maybe it's even lower than that. I'm not sure at this point, but you're still alive. You get New England next week. And then you're going to see, okay, they got Baltimore. What kind of shape is Baltimore in? And then you're still going to need them to lose, one of those games at the end.
The Patriots.
The Patriots, right.
Yeah.
So you're not, this game would have cinched that. Like you would have no look at it.
Well, I'm sure obviously this would vary, but one chart I looked at today is from Seth Walder of ESPN, and he's got every team's odds by seeding. And so this should be based on, it's somewhat subjective, maybe that's not the word. How a team performs, point differential, strength of schedule, everything like that would be baked into this. But to get a top 4 seed, the Bills, which is just at least a division title. Any of the obviously the top 4 teams are the division winners. They're at 19%. Those are the Bills' odds by this math to win the AFC East. So 1 in 5. I think I saw New England to win the East at minus 550. So that's pretty close to that. The likeliest outcome for the Bills is the 5, which has been the case. Even last week when they were, I think, the 7, they were still favored to be the 5, which would probably play the AFC North winner, which is now the Steelers, because of their win yesterday. So 44.7% to be the 5, 24.3% to be the 6, 69% even to be the 5 or the 6, which is only to maybe bring up the question, like, so how big is this? And hear me out. Last year, I'm not saying the Bills should, like, rest players, okay? But last year, the Bills pushed and pushed and pushed, and they didn't get there. They could not get to Kansas City. They end up playing the Denver game. Then they beat the Ravens. Then they go to Kansas City, and it's a close game. I mean, super close. But we get out of it, and we're all like, okay, one of these years, they have to get the bye. They have to get the one to give themselves the break. 2 years ago, it's the A.J. Klein thing. And guys are hurt. Rap, like, was it even Gabe Davis that year? Just like, they're kind of falling apart, and they play the Chiefs, and they also lose by a field goal, and that's the takeaway, is one of these years, you've got to get the break. And then last year is that, again, what do you do about it here? You win the game, and you're still, you're alive to win the division, but you're still going to need Miami or the Jets to beat the Patriots, or else you have no chance. You got to try.
Yep. That's why I said it could end up being to their detriment. Like, if it falls right enough here, they beat New England, and then what do they have after the Bills? Cleveland is after that. Yeah. And New England loses to Baltimore, right? So now you're tied now, and that's where, you got to keep winning, of course, and you need Miami or the Jets to do you the favor. And so you're leaning into that, and, that could go right to week 18, and you don't get it. And what are you left with? You went hard, you rode hard through the rain to get to this destination that it turns out the store's closed. You're just gonna right? There's a part of me. The world doesn't work this way. Pro football doesn't work this way. The standings don't work this way. I would freeze the standings right now, the way they are, and start the playoffs. The matchups look great to me.
You would take the 5.
I would take the 5 and play Pittsburgh, and I would gladly let the Patriots deal with the Houston Texans. I think I think they're going to be a hard out for anybody.
What is that? 2-7?
Yeah. And the Chargers would get the Jags.
Right.
Right. If the wild cards win, I got to get through that. Then I'm home. It's Texans, Broncos, Bills, Chargers. And I could be, if that goes right, if the Texans can handle the Broncos, then I'm hosting. It's not the best matchup, but you're hosting the AFC title game. Like, that's not that.
Wow, you're going a long way here.
I know, but that doesn't seem. Nate Geary went a long way. He tweeted this 9 hours ago, and I have it.
That doesn't mean you have to.
Because I really like it.
Oh, okay.
I really like it. So I would take that right now if I could, but I can't. That's not the way it works. But I don't think that anything within that construct, they're all upsets, but they're not crazy upsets to me.
No.
Chargers, Jags, coin flip to me. Texans, Patriots, maybe kind of the same. And then Texans, Broncos, no, not having Kansas City, not having Baltimore in the field gives the wild card teams to me more life than they would ever have without it, because they don't have to go to one of those places. They don't have to go to Buffalo even, because they're not up there either. You're in the wild card mix with everybody else. So it's a way to look at the playoff field without those two teams, and the Bengals not in there either. If you want to mention them because of Burrow and how their passing offense looked yesterday.
Can we be done with the Bengals now, finally?
I think so.
Okay, good.
Didn't Joe Goodberry say there was still a scenario where the Steelers and Ravens kill each other off, and even if the Bengals lost yesterday, they could still squeeze through? We'll see.
They're 4-9. They'd have to win 4 games, and maybe that's not crazy. The same is the Chiefs. The same is true of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Last night felt like I was watching a funeral with them, 6-7, but they're not dead either. They have, again, Seth Walder from ESPN, 15% to make it. If they win out, 54. Does that team win out? They play the Chargers at home next. There's Tennessee, the Raiders, and Denver at home. Their 2 big ones are home games.
Yeah.
Maybe. But, man, the look on their faces.
I know.
Kelsey, 1 for 8. And he looks like he's just, run somebody over. Sitting on the bench, completely just disconsolate. Hunt, 30 rushing yards. They're still married to that guy for some reason. I don't know why that. Does he have something on the Chiefs because they just will not quit Kareem Hunt and his 30 rushing yards? Rice, 4 for 34. The drops. And the pressure's on them, but Mahomes under pressure last night, the stats are incredible. Like just nothing.
Yeah.
Everything looked so hard.
They have the same record as the Dolphins.
They have the same record as the Dolphins and the Ravens, who also never look good. I didn't see any of that yesterday, but I can imagine.
I only saw highlights, yeah.
Were there any highlights? What were the highlights?
There was some
Gainwell?
Well, no, not so much. Rodgers scored a rushing touchdown. I saw that on a game break. And
oh, yeah, I saw that.
There was a go-ahead touchdown that stood originally and got taken down after further review. Likely had the ball, took a step, took another step, went to take a third step, and the ball was punched out, and they ruled like no football move.
Oh, sure.
Great
system.
So, here we are, everyone.
Well, what does yesterday do for you? Bills over the Bengals, 39-34, 803-0550 for your calls. We'll talk to Eric Wood and Sal Capaccio today. The Sabres are in Calgary. That's a, 9 o'clock game?
Correct.
So 8 o'clock pregame after we've left for the night on that one. Bills are a 1.5-point favorite in New England. Sure. Patriots fans have got to be worked up over that. Last week I said this about the Super Bowl odds, that the Bills, that would be this show, I think, if we were there. Just,
Yeah.
Should the Bills be favorites here? Didn't we beat them? Aren't we ahead? Like, don't we have the MVP favorite this time? This is really good. Like, I'll say again, the Bill, like I said last week, the Bills and Patriots have not had that many huge games where they were both good. The best we could do for a long time was the one year where Allen was younger and they went to New England on a Saturday with a chance, and then they lost that game. But really, it's obviously mostly been the Brady years, whatever, and the Kelly years were mostly whatever. New England was terrible for a lot of that. So now you've got one, just like with the Bills and the Jets. It's rare where both teams are good, but this one also is not the highest of stakes.
But New England can win the division. Reporters in New England are asking Vrabel about it being a T-shirt and hat game because they're going to get I imagine they'll be gear ready because if they win, they're going to get hats and shirts saying AFC East Division champs,
and they won't put them on because they'll say we have higher goals.
Okay,
they won't wear any of it.
I don't think that'll happen.
It's all going to go to Africa.
But it's a pretty tasty. Well, at least they'll be mothballed for a week if the Bills win. That's the best you can do for now. Ultimately, Africa's the destination if they don't win.
What an anticlimax potentially if the Bills win this game and then make up the other game in the standings next week. The Bills should probably bury Cleveland, and then they're tied, but the Patriots have
Miami
at the Jets, and then the Dolphins in New England with a chance to win it. All right, let's take a break, and we'll look for your calls afterward. 803-0550 is the number. It is Football Monday. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR. Look, this won't be hard. Just search it. Just like, hello, phone, where is Mighty Ducks Game Changers? Like Disney Plus. Great. Look how easy that was. Go to Disney Plus, not there. Only the trailer.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All the other Mighty Ducks things are there. The show has never sounded older.
Yeah,
the show has
I know.
The best. Now I'm going to get defensive. Just point out that my daughter is 13. All right. I mean, I can't be that old if I'm not Larry King. Now the show really sounds old. Who's that? Seattle. Has the show ever sounded older? Seattle in the NBA Finals.
F-.
I like this point. F- to me seems like just like a cartoon.
Right.
Not a real.
Yeah,
F is the lowest.
Yeah, it was like Bugs Bunny, the teacher. Like, what are we doing here?
F-.
The show ever sounded older.
The Bengals food.
See, kids, Bugs Bunny was a cartoon character. I did see the Scouts play in Buffalo. Yeah, I saw a Kansas City Scouts game as the show ever sounded older.
Well, I'm going to be mad about this, but I'm not going to sacrifice my jersey number for it. Matthew Golden, that's taking it pretty seriously. So I went through thinking about numbers.
I think I like 22 on a wide receiver.
Bob Hayes.
Yeah, works.
Hey, can you think of another one?
No. That's why I like it.
Has the show ever sounded older?
To me, 22 doesn't strike me. Well, I mean, certainly Bob Hayes. It does not strike me as a slow number. It's one of the. He was like an Olympic 100-yard dash champion.
That was his brand.
Has the show ever sounded older?
Hear me sing the Mary Tyler Moore Show theme today, but I did do that.
Right,
Has the pre-show ever sounded older?
I dropped a little nugget on Mike that I found very interesting. Yesterday, a gentleman by the name of Sonny Curtis passed away. And it's not a name that I was really familiar with at all, but I'm a huge Clash fan. And this is the man who wrote the song I Fought the Law, which is a very famous song that was originally made famous by a band called the Bobby Fuller Four. That's all I ever knew about it, other than that the Clash covered it then in the 70s, is that the Bobby Fuller Four recorded and made famous I Fought the Law. I never knew who the songwriter was. It turns out it was this man, Sonny Curtis, who was an original member of Buddy Holly and the Crickets. Like, so original that before Buddy Holly got famous, he was one of Buddy's sidemen, but had left by the time they became famous and when Buddy Holly passed away. Anyway, Sonny Curtis, in addition to having this tangential relationship to The Clash, my favorite band of all time, also wrote the Mary Tyler Moore theme song and sang it on the show. Like, that was him singing that song on the show. All those, it's like one of the. Well, I mean, has the show ever sounded older? It's the Mary Tyler Moore Show. It's one of my favorite TV show theme songs ever. And the same guy who wrote this legendary song, I Fought the Law, also wrote this legendary TV theme. And I had no idea. Sonny Curtis passed away at 88.
It's amazing.
Yesterday. Yeah, I thought so. I don't even know. I think it came up because an old bit for him came up in my Twitter feed when I got here and reminded me of it. I had wanted in a small
word. Parker. The throw, if you don't know it, 79 All-Star game. The throw from right field in the Kingdome. The Kingdome is the show ever sounded older than the Kingdome reference. Bowling math, like front to back bowling math.
No, never.
Did you ever have to write it down?
Yes.
And figure out the math with a pencil?
Yes.
The show has never sounded older.
Yes.
It's about to sound older when I get to the next thing.
I think I knew how to do that at one time in my life, but I have long.
They just stole the game, right? If you think about that, how that term is used in other sports, how is it? It's Dominic Hasek, Has the show ever sounded older? Like, it's just you get outshot badly, but you still win. And you win in that comparison, you score late to win, right? You're down 2-0 with 3 minutes left. It's like the 07 team maybe is a better Sabres. You stole the game. They did a lot of that in those.
Have an opportunity to impact him, and that's been Patrick Mahomes. There were always questions of the what if. The what if Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills have to go to Kansas City and Arrowhead. He's shown that he is well willing and able to put the team on his back to win a football game if it's not versus Patrick Mahomes. If he has to go to Denver, if he has to go any other team outside of, Arrowhead, man, I'm putting my money on Josh Allen because he's the game changer that we all know he could be.
Cam Newton. The Bills at 9-4 and sitting 5th in the AFC playoff race. It will go to 6th if the Chargers win tonight. Too early still to care about the exact order, but the Chargers would have the edge on the Bills if they were tied. And so LA at 8-4, home to the Eagles tonight. Philadelphia a 2-point favorite. 803-0550 for us, Football Monday. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog WGR. Eric Wood at 4. Sal Capaccio at 5. The Sabres at 9 with pregame at 8 in Calgary. Brian Koziol. Let's go to Angelo here. Hello.
Hi, guys. It's Ange.
Ange, how are you?
Good. I'm glad you just played that bit. The talking heads on ESPN all sort of talk about the Bills. If they make it, win it all, that somehow it'll be lessened because they didn't have to go through Kansas City. And my point is, we played a game against Kansas City that was very important to Kansas City early in the season, and we beat them. And they're not going to get to we don't have to play them again. And so as far as I'm concerned, we've already taken care of Kansas City.
Well, we should have lost to them on purpose. We should have let them win, or else so it's not illegitimate.
Then we could beat them in January when it really matters.
Right.
Right. So it mattered then, and we're on our way.
What do you think, Ange, like the Chiefs, by the way? Let me ask you about them. Do you think that's over, and does it make sense that they're as bad as they look?
I think it's over for this year. I don't think it's over. I mean, they also said it's the end of a dynasty. I don't think that's the case. I think we're going to have to worry about the Chiefs and Mahomes in the future. But I think it's over for this year. They look like a stuck pig, but for a variety of reasons.
Look terrible. Yeah, thanks, Ange. What do you think?
Stuck tank. I like that a lot. I think they're done. Yeah, I think they're done. I don't know. Maybe they'll make it interesting, but they have looked this bad for
2 years,
quite a while. It's just last year they got away with it. For all the hand-wringing we're doing here about the style of the Bills' offense and the passing game, and they have enough and all this stuff. The Chiefs, we're a long ways from, Rice is back and now Worthy and Hollywood Brown is healthy. Like, they've had their guys, and they just cannot put it together. So I think it's for this year, it's over.
I don't.
You think they can still run down a wild card spot?
I can't say it yet. I really still can't believe they lost last night from 10-10, but they dropped every pass. The timing's off. Anytime Mahomes goes deep, it's wrong. Somebody's either covered or it's just too overthrown. It's never right. Kelsey can't catch anything now. Rice drops big passes. They never run it. And defensively, they're okay. Like, I thought Stroud looked worse than Mahomes for a section of this game where I thought it was going to get away from Houston. But Kelsey just volleyballs a pass to the Texans, and they're in one of those ruts. I think, just like I'd say about the Bills, and we've talked about this, I mean, turnovers, there's a lot of randomness to it. If those plays don't end up in Houston's hands, I think maybe even last night the Chiefs are fine.
They might have gotten away with it, yeah.
What is that to say? Like, that's part of football. So they'll play the Chargers next week in Arrowhead. We'll see what the Chargers have for that. We'll see what they have tonight. They're interesting in all this. Exact seeding and I don't know. Are they actually good? Do we think they're good?
The Chargers?
Yeah. When they don't have their tackles, they tend to get blown out, and now they don't. Alt is the big one. Like, he's injured.
Yeah.
Out for the year, right?
Yeah. I believe that's right. Because he was out and then came back and then he went out again, and now I think it's permanent.
KC will be favored in that game next week.
Sort of like the way the Bills are favored this week in New England, I think. Like the newer team with the better record is not going to get the respect yet.
Well, I think that is different maybe when it comes to L.A. Because I don't know how much respect they really have.
Well, they're not 11-2 either. Yeah,
that's right.
Right.
But I don't know if that's right. I mean, maybe that line isn't up because the Chargers still have a game tonight. Here is Gerald next. Hello.
Hey, guys. I was just wondering, and I'm only asking this question strictly based on age. At what point do the Buffalo Bills start looking at Josh's replacement?
Not yet.
Not right now, probably. Yep.
Not this April. There. I mean, not now. I'm not trying to be jerky. Like, of course, they're not thinking about it right this moment. But in another 5 or 6 years at this moment, their scouts would probably be looking at guys, I think. But it's not. We're nowhere near it right now. We're like in the middle of his career, I think.
Yeah.
So
imagine if they did anything like that in next year's draft. What would that be? That would sort of be this day 2.
I wanna get this person's number and like call and meet them, and I want to do like a deep dive think piece on how one comes to want to call a radio show today to ask that question. And I'm not really I am making some fun of the caller by even saying that. But like, what gets you to that space on the board today? Is it conversations with friends? We just heard from Cam Newton. He didn't last that long. He played a big, rugged, tough, mean game, and injuries knocked him out eventually. Much sooner than you might have thought when he was in the middle of his career, like I just referred to Josh. So I just like to know the mechanisms that led to that question being asked today. I don't know. Couldn't be further from my mind. Who was going to replace Josh Allen someday?
You know where you wouldn't call that crazy is Baltimore right now. I mean, I'm not sure it's that good a point in Baltimore either. But I think right now with Jackson, who had a better game yesterday, it's okay. Is something different now? All these injuries, wasn't as willing to run. Are we getting to a point where we want to talk about how many more years? Not at all with the Bills, but maybe with the Ravens a little bit.
I think he had a rushing touchdown yesterday for the first time since the opener.
Yeah. There was a little bit of that.
He's missed some time, so I mean, it's not he's played them all or anything, but still, that's pretty incredible. Although he's never been the touchdown guy.
No, if that caller calls you in Baltimore today, I don't think you laugh him out of the room. Maybe. I doubt it, though. I don't think you laugh him out of the room. Here,
what are we doing?
Come on. Jeff is next. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Good.
So, kind of a comment / question, too. So, I really believe that McDermott has ascended as far as, like, his aggressiveness, and I just think these last 4 or 5 games especially, he's been showing, like, a big change in how he coaches. And obviously, Andy Reid is a phenomenal coach. He's, Hall of Fame, all that. But do you think maybe his play calling and these trick plays are getting stale? And how many trick plays can you honestly do? I mean, when does it stop helping the team? You know what I mean? Like, and start hurting them. That's pretty much all I got, guys. I mean, you can maybe comment on that.
Okay. Are the Chiefs running a bunch of trick plays?
I don't know. And if we're talking about McDermott, are we talking about, like, Christian Benford blitzing aggressiveness, or are we talking about fourth downs? Because he's mostly been like this on fourth downs for the whole time.
Right.
Not the whole time, but
it's not different, you're different.
The whole time they've been a contender, he's, he turtled in that first AFC title game, like you've said, many the field goals. I think it changed almost after that. I mean, I don't remember every chapter and verse, but 3 of 4 again on fourth downs. We don't even talk about him anymore.
We don't talk about them when they work. That's the rule. Jeff is next. Hello.
Hey, boys.
Hi.
Just conflicted, concerned about the defense, and also listening to a lot of the talking heads last night on Sunday Night Football. But the defense was the reason we won the game. Without the Bedford pick six and the interception, we don't win the game. So it's my head's spinning. Help me work through this. What are you guys' thoughts?
Well, you can get away with having flaws on defense and having guys open and allowing your opponent to convert 9 of 11 third downs if you are going to score. Like, you just it washes away a lot of sins. Being able to get a play like Benford made, and then the very next offensive snap for Cincinnati is another interception. You go down and score again, and it's game. I mean, you hung on at the end, but that it swung the game. So there's no mystery. Their defense is still really taxed. They don't have a pass rush rushing 4. I mean, as it turns out, You're probably not blitzing Benford if you're getting pressure with 4 and if Bosa's in the game or something. But you turn to an alternative and you get a huge play there. I mean, they blitzed Benford last week in Pittsburgh with Bosa in there. They combined for that play. But my point is, they've got flaws for sure on defense that aren't going anywhere. What they're not going to be faced with is that passing offense again between now and the end of the year.
This premises the defense is why they won? I mean, when you win a game on a field goal on the last play, is the kicker why you won? The defense is what scares me. Allen is why they beat anybody. Almost always. Whenever they win, it's usually like you start with him and maybe you don't have to go further than that. I don't know. I'm scared about the D. Maybe they're, I don't know if this is right, saving grace or something will be who they don't have to play in the postseason, Mahomes or Burrow, maybe, but that doesn't mean they're good. Like I think the defense is kind of scary.
Nobody was saying they're good. The caller nor me. It was merely the guys saying, I'm conflicted. I'm worried about them, but they made these huge plays that still helped you win the game.
You should still be worried then.
Yes.
Those plays are pretty random.
Basically what I said.
Yeah, I mean, you're even saying like if Bosa plays, Benford isn't.
Maybe. I mean, he did. Yeah, I know. I mean, he did. He was blitzing on the big play against Pittsburgh last week with Bosa in there. But yeah, I mean, they had to resort to that to try to get pressure. They could not get to the passer at all without sending extra people.
Well, look, I mean, a couple of these years they've had top-ranked defenses. And I might not have thought, although I probably did, I might not have thought year to year that that's irrelevant and the only chance they have is through Allen. I definitely think that now. And I think looking back at the last 5 years, it was right to think that for the last 5 years. Because in the end, their defense did not get stops. Every year when they lost, I don't need to have the whole debate with you, but to me, that's the number one reason why you lost. You could not get Mahomes or Burrow off the field. So maybe if it's Bo Nix, they can get Bo Nix off the field, or even May. But this is their weakest defense of the era, is it not?
I don't think there's any question about it.
It's not even close, right? It's good to see Benford in the play. Benford is like Bernard. When Bernard he didn't ever really grade that well, or usually, but he made these big plays and you won, and wow, look at Bernard. And Benford, who has graded well, his whole career pretty much, this year really wasn't, and now you're getting 2 weeks in a row he's in the end zone. That's probably better.
And he is shutting down. I mean, he did a great job yesterday and even last week, although Pittsburgh was so meek. But yeah, it feels like maybe he's a guy on the defense that might be playing his best football of the year. Certainly, I wouldn't go so far as to say his career.
Metcalf did have a game yesterday for Pittsburgh, and he was largely irrelevant in the Bills game. Also, he got to be a gunner at one point yesterday. DK
really?
Metcalf. Yeah. Somebody was hurt in that role. Olszewski, is that his name?
Sure.
And they pulled him off, and Metcalf went in and did the role.
Good for him.
Kind of cool. Eric Wood at 4. Football Monday continues after this here on WGR.
we've been living in since so long. All the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day, I'm right. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. Oh, you seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster.
Oh, just talking fantasy with Bulldog. Looks like it's handshakes. Guys, what do you think? I'm down 9 with Goddard against Hurts. What do you think? What do you think of my chances? He does? Well, no, he doesn't. I was thinking for a second of Andrews and the tush push. Like, oh, they use Jalen Hurts for the tush push in Philadelphia usually.
He is the guy I think you think of when you think of the tush.
Goddard is who pushes him.
Yeah.
Goddard lines up behind him and pushes him. Do I get points for that? I'm going to need points for that if I'm going to have any chance.
I think if Hurts plays the game, I think we got you.
And he never comes out.
Right.
So there's no chance he'll come out tonight. So you know that. You know that he will never come out.
I think it's highly unlikely that he would come out.
I'm just speaking it.
Yeah.
So many quarterback injuries and drama. Washington. What's Indianapolis now?
I don't know what they might be at Brett Rippon.
I think they're to Brett Rippon and poor Daniel Jones having the year of his dreams. They lose a couple. They're not dead. He's going to get paid. Look how many teams are lost in the weeds at quarterback. They're going to keep Daniel Jones and go for it with him. What is that, $40 million a year? maybe.
Yeah.
Not top dollar, but top 20, top half, $30 to $40 million a year. Now what?
Yeah, whatever the going rate for the Geno Smith contract in Seattle is, I think, a good comp for Daniel Jones. But with inflation, so maybe 40 is where you're going to end up.
Now what?
Now I don't know, right?
Torn Achilles
in December.
He doesn't start the season.
Right.
Probably. Does he even play the season? Some guys have been able to come back from that, but it's just like, what a life-changing... Anything else is better. Torn knee ligaments, separated, everything, concussion, anything is better than this. This is the one injury where you are gone. Like, there's almost no avoiding it. It's the worst injury you could have. Down the road, he starts again in the league in his life, and maybe he ends up still getting to this point. But he was all set. Even if they blew it, which I have a lot of money on them doing, he would still he'd be all set. This is funny. Last night, you speak the language. I'm excited about these Colts shorts, as they're called. I brought up to my wife, what do you think I should do? And I gave her every one. Colts to miss the playoffs, Colts under 11.5 wins, Jacksonville to win the South, Houston to win the South. What do you think I should do? She said, are you really asking me? I said, yes. And she said, well, you already know what I'm going to say to each one, right? I said, cash out? She's like, of course. Take the money right now. But honey, it's more.
Right.
If I wait
more.
And I'm right, it becomes more. But a couple were only like single-digit dollars difference. You know, like $100 payout was $92 on the Colts to win under 11.5 on one of them, and I did take a couple.
Yeah, that's close enough to what.
Close enough.
Yeah,
I get the money a month earlier.
When you're sitting on one more hockey game to go your way, and they're offering you 13 out of, say, a $2,500 pot. No, I'm gonna sit tight.
That you're a better man than I am, because I think I would love 13.
Yeah, it's nice on a single wager.
That would feel like a win.
Yeah, well.
And if I did win the other game, having taken the money, I wouldn't feel that bad about it, because I would still have made a lot. But you went all the way.
I went all the way.
And you were rewarded.
And the money's gone.
The money has 7 strings. Or 5.
6.
6.
Right in the middle.
6 strings.
6 strings.
Eric Wood after the update. Football Monday on WGR.
Day for the Buffalo Bills. They'll be back on the practice field on Wednesday as they'll be getting ready to take on the New England Patriots this weekend with a chance to stay alive for the AFC East crown. Bills color commentator and former center Eric Wood joining Mike and Chris coming up next here on WGR. Around the NFL, we have Monday Night Football tonight as the Philadelphia Eagles take on the Los Angeles Chargers. Quarterback Justin Herbert expected to start tonight for L.A., day-to-day while recovering from a fractured left wrist. The Chargers also elevating running back Omarion Hampton from injured reserve. The rookie running back has been out since early October. One day after being suspended by the Cincinnati Bengals, wide receiver Jermaine Burton was released by the team, head coach Zach Taylor announced. The Bengals also announced that wide receiver T. Higgins is back in concussion protocol. The Indianapolis Colts will be without quarterback Daniel Jones for the rest of the season. It was confirmed that Jones suffered a season-ending Achilles tear. The Colts still don't have Anthony Richardson available under center either. He's on injured reserve, while undrafted rookie Riley Leonard is still dealing with a knee injury. Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski announced that rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders will be Cleveland's starter under center for the rest of the season. Sanders had 4 touchdowns in the Browns' 31-29 loss to the Titans yesterday. To hockey, game day for the Buffalo Sabres, hoping to get their first win on the road trip. Take on the Calgary Flames tonight. 9 o'clock puck drop, 8 o'clock pregame starting here on WGR. This update is brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer. You're listening to WGR Sports Radio 550.
Football Monday on WGR. That means Eric Wood, who joins us now on the West Her hotline. Bills over the Bengals in a fun game, 39-34. Eric, before that Benford play, it was, I guess I would have to say, thinking about that playoff game all day. Just it was snowing, and it just looked like the Bills did not have enough answers. But then Benford happens, they take the lead there, and it's theirs. So, I don't know, where was your head before that play?
Yeah, I was thinking it looked pretty similar. Our offense was having a much better day yesterday prior to the Benford day, but unable to keep pace with them with a turnover on downs at one point in the game and then the James Cook fumble, which essentially just allowed them to outpace us throughout the game. I mean, 3 possessions for each team in the first half. Both teams were so efficient that there just wasn't that many possessions. So you thought, well, we got to make a game-changing play here at some point, or else we're likely not going to be able to get back into this one. And fortunately, they fire a corner blitz. It appeared Burrow decided he was going to throw out of a run play to chase on the outside, and Benford makes him pay. And I mean, Christian Benford, he's going to get a lot of hype for that play and running in the touchdown and the interception he had against the Steelers, but I mean, he has been playing some incredible ball. I was trying to think, early in the season, he was taking some lumps in the media and whatnot after getting a contract extension. And to me, I think we all kind of glossed over the fact that him and Tre'Davious White both suffered groin injuries on the same day, as they get back to Orchard Park after training camp. And maybe that's part of the reason why, but that guy is playing some incredible football right now.
Yeah, and the timing couldn't be better. I mean, thinking even of Sunday. I mean, I haven't really started thinking hard about Sunday, but Diggs lit the Bills up when the Patriots were here back in week 5? Mm-hmm. So, maybe it's time to have Benford follow Diggs around. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be what they do, but he has been locking guys up. That's for sure.
No, I think in obvious pass situations, you likely do that, just understanding that, Diggs had a big game against you. Even though they do spread the ball around, and he's had, I believe, 300-yard games on the season, but nothing like the game that he had in Orchard Park where he went for, 147 or something in the game. And so, you likely do that in this instance. And, with Diggs being older, he coming off the ACL and all that, he gets an extra rest heading into this game too, with them having the bye week last week.
So much of getting a play like Benford made yesterday is just having the right call at the right time. I said sort of, I don't know if I'm half kidding, 25% kidding, that if the Bills had better luck rushing the passer with 4 yesterday, maybe Benford isn't even blitzing at that moment. But it turns out they were having a real tough time getting to Burrow at all. So by the time that part of the game rolls around, it's, they're into the bag a little bit, recognizing that they, got a big sack from Bosa last week on a play that Benford was also blitzing. Same sort of concept. That's why he's there in the backfield for the scoop and score against Pittsburgh. But I just think the circumstances sometimes are so random that you end up in a situation where you have the opportunity to make a play because, I don't know how often he blitzes on that play. It can't be many times per game, if it's even like a time a game. But right moment, and there it was.
No, you're exactly right. And we've actually gotten a lot more aggressive blitzing corners. Now, I think some of that's alignment. And this is in a conversation I've had with Bobby Babich talking about this. I actually heard, I believe it was Josh Allen talking about facing the Chiefs and how if they were going to bring a safety blitz, but then you're in a tight alignment with the receiver, there's not really space for the free safety and the corner there off the edge. It becomes very obvious. So then you just fire the corner in that instance and the safety goes over the top. And so, whether that was going to be a safety blitz or it's truly them firing him off the edges, they have been aggressive with those cornerback blitzes and they worked a good amount. And, I can't point back to a play where we ran a corner blitz this year and, they get it out to a receiver who makes a huge play, which is generally one of the reasons why teams don't call corner blitzes is because you can leave yourself so susceptible. You have to really pick and choose your timing of when you do it. You generally want it to be a run play. And if it's not going to be a run play, it's got to be a tight split by the receiver. So 1, he can hit home, and 2, guys can fill over the top quickly without completely giving away that you're running that blitz.
With Eric Wood, the 2 big Allen runs late, the touchdown, of course, and then the one that salts the game away. How was it that wide open for him on one or both of those plays? Like Cincinnati, we know their numbers defensively, like terrible. But to me, it seems like that should be something that they would, if a guy gets beat, so be it, Eric, but have been ready for. Easier said than done, I'm sure. But like it was so wide open for Allen, especially on the touchdown. Was there a mistake there that you noticed or just a scheme mistake or something that Cincinnati kind of blew in those moments?
Well, on the 40-yarder, they're running a blitz with man-to-man coverage. So as soon as Josh Allen gets through the line of scrimmage, he's likely going to be off to the races. It's likely going to be a big play, not necessarily a 40-yarder. It takes, some speed and all that from the quarterback position to have that happen, and timely routes where you're not running into right where your receivers are. Deion Dawkins on the play, goes out, blocks the end. He comes back and hits the linebacker because we don't have enough blockers. So part of, Al Golden, their defense coordinator, is probably thinking, well, I don't need a spy. I have an extra rusher here. Someone's coming free. Well, Deion gets 2 on that play, and then all of a sudden Josh breaks through the line of scrimmage, and with the man-to-man coverage, he's out. And then the one late in the game to not have a spy in that situation, I'm sure Cincinnati media is having fun with that one here today. Or, why weren't more guys rallying to the football? Why was everyone so far back? I get it's 3rd and 15, but that's not necessarily a sticks coverage where everyone's standing right. at 15 yards down the field. To me, I don't know exactly how that second one was so wide open, other than the fact that Josh broke through a 4-man rush, and it just didn't seem like the spacing of the Cincinnati defense had them in any position to stop him there.
That was huge. To me, like that's the only – was there a timeout before that? There was a sack on 2nd down, and then there was a time to think. And that was, I felt, the only thing other than a penalty that would get Cincinnati beat there. Was like Allen getting out, but it's still 17 yards he needs there, 15 yards. So probably he doesn't just walk to a first down.
I was bracing for a handoff to burn the time and a punt and then hang on tight and hope they don't get in range.
Yeah, me too. I wonder if he ever had any thought of throwing the ball on that play.
Well, yeah. I don't know if he did, or I don't know exactly. It didn't look like a true draw, like a quarterback draw play. Guys were out in routes. Maybe if there's, someone you can hit quickly up a seam or whatever it may be, you take that and try and get 15 there. Or we've seen Josh create more time in the pocket and then ends up, he picks up 3rd and longs at an incredible rate. And I've said that for years on the broadcast. Like, most of the time, teams have to be so conservative in 3rd and 11 plus, and Josh routinely picks those up. And so, that was a huge play because you don't want to obviously give them the ball back there with a chance, to come back and all that. So to ice the game in that fashion was a ton of fun. And that was a big play. And it was also a big play on the sack. I know they stayed aggressive, and you take a loss of 7. I think it was 2nd and 8. You take a sack to get to 3rd and 15. But for Josh not to spike that ball, to either continue to clock the roll or to force them to use another timeout.
Right.
In that situation, that's the correct play. In instincts, he didn't put the ball in harm's way, throwing it down the field for a potential pick. He didn't, burn the ball at the ground. You hate that you take a sack there and back up 7 yards, but that's what you got to do.
It's better than stopping the clock. Yes,
you did.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Forgive me if you already mentioned this when Mike first asked you about the touchdown run, Eric, but how about Dawkins and Edwards on that play? It's subtle, but I think Dawkins talked about it after the game, how Edwards points out the blitzer, because we've seen them mix that up before. But Dawkins said without Edwards doing that, he would have blocked the man on his left, and that's the guy that Allen evades. And, when they're sending numbers, you can talk more about this. Obviously, you know it intimately. Sometimes there's a guy you leave for the quarterback to handle, and in that case, it was the guy on the edge, and Allen stepped inside him and was gone.
Yeah, I love that Dion said that after the game, because a lot of times there's guys helping out each other at the line of scrimmage, and someone does something like that, and they don't truly give the credit where it's deserved. But that's the sign of a good offensive line, that everyone's communicating at the line of scrimmage, helping each other out. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Some of us are, more keenly aware of maybe what a defense is doing on a snap-to-snap basis. Others can do things athletically than the rest of us can't. And, we all use our skill sets and strengths to be able to hopefully be a well-functioning offensive line. David Edwards, it goes without saying, and everyone said this for a while about him, he's just extremely cerebral. So part of his role in the offensive line and being at the line of scrimmage is to communicate those types of things. And so really heads-up play by David Edwards to alert that. When you have a 5-man protection on the backside, there's times where you'll throw hot, and then there's other times where you want it to develop a little bit, and so that's called double bumping. It takes a really skilled left tackle to be able to go out, get a shot on the defensive end, still be watching the linebacker in case he triggers, to then come back and get a shot on him. But that's Deion Dawkins.
So, Eric, it's New England on Sunday. The Bills are still chasing the Patriots, of course, 2 games back. Their odds are not great, even with a win here. They'll need New England to lose to either the Jets or Dolphins, even if they also lose to Baltimore first, to have a look at the AFC East. I'm not sure exactly how I'd want to ask a question here, because I don't want to ask something like, should they try? Because, of course, it's big enough, and you never know if that might happen for the Patriots. So I guess you just sort of keep your head down here. But it's also, I think about this on the heels of last year, or even previous years to that, where the Bills they get to the end of the season and multiple guys are injured, and, oh man, the bye week would have been great. It's going to be tough to get there here, but so it's just like to say it's important, but really it only ends up being important if New England loses either to New York or Miami.
Yeah, no, I see your point there. So, yeah, is it a Russ Bosa back from the hamstring, or, you look at individual cases like that? No, I see your point completely there. It's not a win or go home type of situation. You still have a strong playoff chance, even if you don't win this game. Of course, your chances at, winning the division go down even further. I think I saw it at about 17% or 18% today to win the division, which is just going off of, future win probabilities on games and all that. But, no, they want to go win this game and do everything they can and put themselves in a position that if New England slips up and we stay hot, we can potentially win the division. But to your point, this isn't a win or go home, so it's not a rush Bosa back, Palmer, whoever that may be for this week.
What should be the question I want to ask then? Like, no, you want to take it a little bit slow if you can with injured guys that are on the fence for this game. Sometimes we end up talking about schemes and the playbook and whether games are, in short, important enough to
use all your best stuff.
Yeah, like, is this game that? You are hoping for a 6th straight division title. There's a lot to that. But in the end, maybe you don't empty the clip, so to speak.
Yeah, so from a former player's perspective, like, you're not thinking in that way at all.
Right.
And I don't even know that the coaching staff would even say that out loud. Could Joe Brady maybe hold something back potentially, for a potential postseason rematch? Anytime you're going against an opponent that you could see again, it's okay. We're giving them formations and concepts that, we could potentially work off of better in a second matchup when they have to prepare for this. But all that being said, it's up to the trainers, the coach, maybe the front office to kind of handle those injury decisions and all that. But these guys are going to coach and go out and play to go out and win this game. And, you could talk about the Diggs storyline or, the Patriots seemingly being back and all the talk that, well, now the Patriots have the best quarterback head coach combo in the division. And the fact that if you lose this game, it becomes a hat and T-shirt game for them in the locker room with a big-time celebration. Yeah, I think there could be some safer decisions, but they're going to go out fighting in this one.
I'm imagining a scenario, just sitting with this for a moment, if you'll allow for this silliness, where Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, has in his office like a vault that can only be opened with like reading his eyeballs, and it's like, these are the plays. Like they're holding back.
This is the Glengarry leads.
These are the ones we've been saving for January. Here they are. Treat them with respect.
They're in a safe that's inside of another safe.
Right.
That's funny. And then you pull one out, and it doesn't work, and you're like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Why didn't we just stick to our bread and butter stuff here?
Right, because somebody trips on there was a play they ran in a short yardage thing earlier this year where I think the maybe the right tackle, Spencer Brown is coming around. He's got to get a guy at the line of scrimmage on the left side of the formation and trips on Osiris Torres's leg, and that blows up the whole play. And it looked like a really cool idea, and it was absolutely going to work if Brown doesn't trip on.
Well, now
Torres.
you want to run it again because the other guy's not expecting it at all. They won't ever run that again.
Right.
Eric.
Right. And to your point, I don't know that offensive coordinators have that vault. I mean, obviously you have packages and formations that maybe you save, but I don't know. At what point do you say, well, shoot, now we need it? And then also I would say great offensive coordinators who are around great offenses that have success, you find out what you do successful, certain looks, certain tendencies, and you just hope that defenses overplay them so that you can get to something else. And, I'm kind of imagining, okay, we want to get the tight ends going early in this game yesterday. We know how bad New England struggles against tight ends. So we're going to give them a similar formation that they've seen, a very hard run fake, and the linebackers are going to suck up in the line of scrimmage, and Dawson Knox comes wide open over the middle. It's like, I don't know that was like a break glass in case of emergency. We got to win this game against the Bengals at home, or if that's like, okay, we found success. Boom, now this works.
Is there something while we're here? We're kind of in the weeds a little bit, but I'm going to venture just a little bit farther. A play that is definitely in the crosshairs with fans is the tunnel screen. To Shakir. Kincaid ran it successfully yesterday. It's a play, Eric, someone called us on postgame complaining about the play. It never works. And I'm like, They had it twice at least today that it got first downs and more. So it's not
Right.
I know how it feels when it doesn't work. It feels like we're not even really trying to run. It's like we can't get open downfield, so here, just let's do this, right? And so it's a frustrating play when it fails, but it does work often enough to validate them using it. Is there something they can do off of that look that could be sort of waiting to be unveiled?
Yeah, I believe we hit Kincaid on a long pass earlier in the season down the sideline where Josh faked the tunnel screen and then hit him down the field. So we have formational tendencies of how you can't just run a tunnel screen to a one receiver side. I guess you could, and then you'd have your O-lineman go out and block in front of it, but they likely can't get to a corner. You struggle to call that because if the corner's up, there's no one near him to go block. So, okay, if we get in a trips formation or there's multiple receivers to a side, teams understand the Bills have had a lot of success running screens, and they can make you pay, and Shakir's had long ones. Okay, well, now we have to spread out a little bit further. So does that open up running lanes better? Does it allow maybe some other concepts to work because you've threatened them on the outside? I understand they don't always work, but it can just be another added wrinkle within your offense that even when those don't work, it's the deep shot early against Tampa that Josh said, well, maybe that loosened up some of their underneath coverage, even though we didn't hit the one to Hardman. Those screens can often maybe open up the middle of the field and give you some other things based upon the fact that you have been effective with it. And then I think they're a great answer, which I think they're better as an alert play and not as a call it and run it all the time. Because yesterday the Bengals had 6 to 7 guys inside the box, one of those simulated pressure works where you have 5, 6, 7 guys right around the tackle box and you don't know who's coming. Well, you're really susceptible on the outside. Josh flings it out to Kincaid and he picks up a first down with ease. Like, that takes a lot of pressure off the quarterback, and it can get the defenses out of some of those goofy looks that are really hard for us to identify at the line of scrimmage.
Eric, a thing or two here quickly as we close. The Chiefs lose again. I don't know how much of that game you got to watch last night, and Houston gave the Bills a very hard time as well defensively, but everything looks like it's coming so hard for Kansas City. Does it make sense to you? Is there a simple explanation, or is it a lot of things? What do you think?
Yeah, I got to watch every second of that one. Their offensive line really struggled against Houston's front. With 3 guys out, you assume so, and then they lose their left tackle on the first play of the game. Yep. Tough situation there. Wanya Morris is already their backup tackle, and then he gets hurt. So they were going to struggle in pass protection, which then Houston knows you're probably not going to be able to hold on the ball long, so they can get really tight in coverage and jump things, knowing you're probably not going to have long developing plays down the field. And, Kelsey drops a ball that goes for an interception. Kareem Hunt drops a 4th and 1. Rashee Rice drops a 4th and short. It's like, they did enough to beat themselves, and then also just with the injuries on the offensive line. And, Rashee Rice is a good ball player. Worthy's got some speed. Obviously, Mahomes is who he is, but, man, there's just not a lot on that offense that truly strikes fear in you right now. Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, they got some speed at receiver with Brown and Thornton, but to me, they don't have a lot of guys that strike fear in you right now.
Mm-hmm. Now it's New England, and at the risk of bringing up a sore subject, there's a chance I'll be listening to some of this broadcast. I mean, there's always that chance. This is the toughest one to listen to. Anybody broadcasting from Gillette, because the fans are so close to the mic, Eric. There's right in front of you, right? That's tough. I listened to their last game was a night game, and I heard a national broadcast. I'm like, there are a few fans, you can just hear everything they say.
I know. Yeah, it can be pretty annoying too, because unfortunately for them, we've had a lot of success there recently, and so they hear me and Chris projecting like towards the back of their heads. Yeah. Well, then they get offended when we celebrate a touchdown and all of that, and then they say stuff back to you, and they want to mess with you. And I mean, I think it's a pretty poor design. And then they can say whatever they want to you, but then obviously we're working. We can't say anything back to them, which is like one of my least favorite things on earth right now. Is like people, especially with social media, think they can say anything they want to anybody without repercussions. I'm like, That's not the way the world should work, but it's the world we live in.
That's right. Okay, Eric, we'll have a great week, and we'll talk next Monday.
All right, appreciate it. You guys have a great week as well.
All right, thank you. That's our dude, Eric Wood, on the Wester Hotline. His appearances on WGR every Buffalo Football Monday are brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com, and by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop at northtownkia.com.
Sal's got an injury update from today. Sean McDermott speaking. We'll get to that and talk to Sal at 5. We'll look for more of your calls after the update next. 803-0550 to reach us. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
A victory Monday for the Buffalo Bills as they'll be back to practice on Wednesday getting ready for the Patriots. Meanwhile, plenty of news from Buffalo's opponent yesterday in the Cincinnati Bengals. Wide receiver Jermaine Burton was released by Cincinnati one day after being suspended for the game. The Bengals also announcing that wide receiver T. Higgins is back in concussion protocol, while defensive end Trey Hendrickson is having a season-ending surgery. Monday Night Football tonight, the Philadelphia Eagles taking on the Los Angeles Chargers. Quarterback Justin Herbert expected to start tonight for L.A. Herbert's day-to-day recovering from a fractured left wrist. The Chargers also elevating rookie running back Omarion Hampton from injured reserve. The Indianapolis Colts have lost 4 of their last 5 and will have to continue to try to make the playoffs without quarterback Daniel Jones. It was confirmed that he suffered a season-ending Achilles tear. Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski has announced that rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders will be Cleveland's starter under center for the rest of the season. Sanders had 4 touchdowns in Cleveland's loss yesterday that eliminated them from playoff contention. To hockey, game day for the Buffalo Sabres. They take on the Calgary Flames tonight. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen expected to get the start in net for Buffalo. Dustin Wolf on the other side for the Flames. Puck drop set for 9 o'clock tonight. Pre-game starting at 8 here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer. You're listening to WGR.
But also the conversation of our MVP has shifted a little bit.
I would think so.
You mentioned Josh Allen. We weren't talking about him in the first half of the season. Now it's hard to talk about the MVP award without him in the conversation.
And I think you have to talk about the month of December, because this is when the game is on the line, the season is on the line.
That's when it matters.
And also when the stars start to rise to the top, because you start to lean on those guys that can get you across the finish line.
Yeah.
CBS, Nate Burleson and Bill Cowher. Allen is 4th today in the MVP odds. Not dead. May, Stafford, Love, Allen. I thought
May is still on top?
Or it's Stafford May. Okay. I'm not sure. But they're the top 2.
Those were the top 2 going into the weekend, and May didn't play, and Stafford had another.
Stafford had a great game. Yep. So did Love, I would say.
Yes.
That was a pretty cool game. You know, not a Brady fan. Brady was in the booth for that game in Green Bay. I got to watch the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
There's, it's more than this probably. I'm reluctant to give him much credit. But there's one area where he's really good, the clock.
I thought he had a couple of moments yesterday where it was at least getting to where, for folks who really follow along with us, I was dreading him being excellent at that job. I thought he was going to be undeniably great at it, and that was going to annoy us, me, whatever.
Everyone.
And I didn't think he's really very good at it at all. But yesterday, there were a couple of different times where I just thought he had what to my ears was the right point, and it was presented in a, I don't know, like, I liked his energy a lot during that game yesterday. I didn't sit with it, every minute, but what I saw, I liked him. That said, I don't want to get off of Brady if we don't have to, but the guy on the Bills game, Olsen, is just so good.
He's good. There was one moment yesterday where I was a little bit annoyed, but he and they recovered somewhat. And that's the play where Ty Johnson had a long run and went down without being touched. And then the Bengal guy knocked the ball out of his hands on the ground. And they never mentioned whether that should have been a fumble until after the commercials.
Yeah.
There was a score, the Bills scored on that drive. And they came back from the break and brought it up and brought in Gene Steratore. And he said why it isn't a fumble.
The ball is a part of if you've got control of the ball, you're on the ground, then you're down. Like, touching the ball is essentially touching the player down.
Where did that rule come from?
Is what that explanation was.
Have you ever known that to be true?
I did not know, no.
Now,
I thought it could have been a fumble right away, too, watching it live.
Used to have plays where guys would go down untouched, and that was always really dumb, because why would you ever do – you would always know you weren't touched. Even if you had been touched and you weren't sure, you'd get up and, it never made sense to me why guys would do that. And then worse would be the defensive players just standing around him. I guess everybody just agreed that he was down and, just have the end of the play or even not, whatever. Now you see defensive teams wait for the player to try to get back up, and then they try to knock the ball out. That's a move now.
Yeah.
So this one, they didn't wait for Ty Johnson. I just never knew that you couldn't do what the Bengals did there.
Right. Not touch the player, just touch the ball.
Yeah. Because do you have to touch the player then? I guess they said yesterday they touched legs.
Yeah, I think Ty Johnson's the hand he wasn't holding the ball in was on the guy's ankle.
That was it.
Or calf or something. And so, but yeah, I never knew that the ball, as long as it's in possession, right? It's not shaking loose in any way. It's an extension of the runner, actually, I think is how that ultimately was explained. What I really like that Olsen does, and I've seen him and heard him do this more than once, and he did it again yesterday, is when you get to the end, right? The Bills have got the ball. What's the timeout situation? He is always, not always, numerous times I've watched him do this. All right, let's lay this out. And he'll just take you through it in a way that prevents me as a fan from having to sit there going, okay, 40 seconds and 40 more and how many timeouts and what tell me, please. I'm sitting here. As it turns out yesterday, I wasn't drinking beer, but I'm on my couch. I don't want to do the mathing. I just want you to tell me what needs to happen here. How much time is going to be left if I run 3 run plays when I kick it away? Just give me that. And he does that, and I really appreciate that. I think it's a good little piece to have and be conscious of when you're in that spot. And I know you can't always think of everything, so I'm not even sure he does it all the time, but I just it just feels very thorough, and that's an area, again, that I'm not – I would rather just have someone tell me what exactly is about to happen.
Well, that's along the lines of the compliment I was paying Brady because just the clock, when he played, he was great at that. And we had Bills teams that were not, and they were always losing to the Patriots. And it always frustrated me that they wouldn't take their advantages, such as they are. You don't have as good of players, but you could, there are edges in this sport, and the Bills didn't figure out what to do about that, or they didn't care. So here's Brady last night. I'm not sure exactly what the situation was. Maybe the Bears' last drive. And a couple of different times, he's like, there's more time than you think, or just, he really had a handle on, don't call the timeout here, do it then, that kind of stuff. It shouldn't be surprising that he'd be good at that. But you also have to be able to articulate it.
Right.
Not just know it. And so maybe they're both, I certainly like Olsen a lot too. They're both excellent in that area at least. Joe Davis was the play-by-play announcer yesterday.
Yeah.
He also had the World Series. And I have a problem with everybody, I guess I'd have pretty much have to admit. But my problem with him is I can't hear him. There's something about his levels or because he does raise his voice like they all do now.
Yeah.
Which I don't know who started that, but now Chris Fowler's spittle is all over my face every time I watch him do a game because he's so loud. Why do you have to be loud? You have a mic. But this guy is loud, but he sort of
gets
I
lost
lose him.
I lose the frequency of his voice must be blending in with the crowd or something.
Baseball too.
Yeah,
I was having this problem during the World Series. I brought it up to Matt Collar because I don't know. I felt maybe I didn't want to bring it up in here because this is another moment where I might be just old now.
Right.
But Matt's like, no, I totally agree with that. I have the same issue. So many, and he also has the Fowler issue, by the way. But so many times, they're kind of shouting, and you still really can't hear the announcer that well. I don't know why that is, but I noticed that. I had that same thought yesterday at the Bills game. Let's go to Frank here. Hi, Frank. Frank?
Oh.
Hi, Frank. You're on the air. Please go ahead.
What's going on?
Come on, Frank.
We're waiting for you to start talking, buddy.
Hey, I'm down here in Kentucky. I'm a Buffalo fan. I just got a question for you about Matt Milano.
Okay.
What do you think? We got Thompson playing very good. You got Dorian Williams. And how long you hang on to Matt?
I think this year is going to be. I would anticipate if he's back. His contract's up after this year, Frank. So if he's here, I would anticipate it being on a very team-friendly incentive type of thing, because I don't think he's been himself for a couple of years. The injuries, I think, have really taken a lot out of him. I think he's going to continue to play with Thompson is the big one. And I don't know, maybe you have a decision to make if Bernard gets healthy, where you maybe spell Milano with Bernard, because Thompson is never, ever, ever coming off the field for me at this point.
He was the only defensive player to play every snap yesterday,
Yeah.
so the Bills are with you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Frank. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. Football Monday continues next here on WGR. Mike Schopp and the Bulldogs. Sal Capaccio joins us in 15 minutes or less. Here's Rich with us. Hi, Rich.
Hey, how's it going? I just hear a lot of talk about how everything needs to fall our way in order to win the division, and I just want to double-check with you guys. I think I've got a pretty good handle on it, but obviously the Bills need to win out, which, they can take care of. Whether that happens or not, we'll see. But beyond that, like the Ravens game is, whatever. That doesn't really matter as much as the divisional games. It's the Jets, which I cannot see the Jets beating New England, but potentially could come down to that last game of the year as Miami's been rather hot. If Miami beats them and we beat them, we got the tiebreaker because it goes, from my understanding, division, common opponents, then conference, and all their losses would be in the AFC, and we would leapfrog them, and we'd be a division winner. And I think I have that. So basically, we win out, and they lose to Miami, and we win the division. I know that might not happen, but I have heard a lot of people try to make it out to be more complicated than that.
No, I don't think it is. So, yeah, okay.
I mean, that's not out of the realm of possibility. I think we're still
it's not.
kind of in this thing. So,
yeah, the obvious big one is the Patriots losing to the Dolphins. It has happened, in fact, with these teams when Brady was in New England. Fitzpatrick went to New England in the last game of the season, and they pulled the upset, and that was a terrible Dolphins team.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's impossible, but it is, I think, as simple as you laid it out. Let's go to TJ next. Hi, TJ.
Yeah, I'm calling about. I don't think that Buffalo will pass Houston. Houston's going to be in the Super Bowl. I don't think they're going to win it, but I think they will be. And the reason why I said that is because Brandon Beane, the general manager, did not give the quarterback, okay, the two pass rusher, okay, and two bona fide receiver. If they had two bona fide receivers, they would win the Super Bowl. Allen is dynamite. Allen is a great, great quarterback. And I hope, okay, he can stay.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's funny to think that you'd be so confident Houston will win the AFC, but not the Super Bowl. Here's what's going to happen. The Houston Texans are going to rip through the conference, but then lose.
Yeah.
Because who has to be so much better than the Texans if that happens?
The Rams.
The Rams,
I guess.
Seattle.
Seattle, maybe.
Like, no way would a team win. Like,
yeah.
You get it. You get the point. It's a lot of confidence. I mean, that's something you could bet.
Yeah.
You should be able to do great if you're right.
If the Texans are going to, I think so.
Ken is next. Hi, Ken.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Good. It's going great.
Excellent. Thanks for taking my call. Obviously, a humongous win, to say the least. But there are a couple of points I want to chime in on. I know for my part and others, we've been especially critical of Joe Brady, and deservedly so. But, I have to give him his props. In the last 2 weeks, he's been calling better plays. His game planning and scheming have been a lot better. Last week, going with some play action looks when the Pittsburgh Steelers were overcommitting to the run was very good. And this past week, he apparently had a good scouting report on the Bengals and the inability to stay with the tight ends. So for us to come out in 12 or 13 personnel, and there's two or three tight ends, and use the play action fake to get the tight ends the ball was really, really good. I thought the sequence in which we were at the 2-yard line, they should have went with the push play with Josh. But other than that, I thought his game calling was pretty good. And as for Christian Benford, I mean, what can be said about him that hasn't been said? But for him to make pivotal defensive plays 2 weeks in a row that have resulted in touchdowns off of blitzes in which he gave us the lead and the momentum is meaningful. And I'd like to comment about it as well in terms of our ability to use the blitz in a better fashion, being less predictable. And he in particular seems really adept at disguising when he's coming. So I'll pause for the call and let you gentlemen chime in. But in all, a lot to look forward to say the least.
Okay. It really wasn't a humongous win, this game.
It was a humongously entertaining game. But it was not a game that they needed I mean, I'm glad they got it. They are alive, for the division, and we'll see. I said one of the first things I said today. We'll see if that's even ends up being to their detriment. If they go all the way to the end, like they get New England next week, and the door is open a little wider. Maybe they'll treat the final games or even the final game of the season differently than they would if they can't win the division and they're just settled into wild card living. But that's for another day. They got this win, and so they've got their chance to at least hold off New England for another week.
They got through Joe Burrow, who, by the way, is one of 2 players in the last 15 years who, as rookies, so this didn't happen this year for Joe Burrow, had a game of 350 passing yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and a rushing touchdown. Do you know who the other is?
I don't.
Shedeur Sanders.
All right.
Yesterday.
That went pretty well yesterday for
Other
him.
than they're losing
right
to Tennessee, which is probably good too.
Not bad.
We're going to get Shedeur Sanders. They announced today. I don't know why this question needed to be asked.
The rest
he's
of the year, right?
Yeah, like
he's our guy for the rest of the year.
He wasn't staying in.
Yeah,
we pretty much thought he was.
Going to pivot to Dylan Gabriel again,
but Burrow and Sanders, the 2 rookie quarterbacks in the last 15 years, 353 and a rushing touchdown in a game. You might have thought Allen, because that's kind of an Allen thing, but I guess not. Sal Capaccio after sports here on WGR.
A victory Monday for the Buffalo Bills. They'll be back on the practice field on Wednesday to get ready to take on the New England Patriots with a chance to stay alive for the AFC East Division. Head coach Sean McDermott spoke earlier today saying that Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown are improving from their injury status and that Cole Bishop should be okay after leaving the game yesterday. Our own Sal Capaccio joining Schopp and Bulldog coming up next to talk more on the Bills' win over Cincinnati. Around the NFL, plenty of news from Buffalo's opponent in the Bengals, as wide receiver Jermaine Burton was released by the team. The Bengals announcing also that wide receiver T. Higgins is back in concussion protocol, while defensive end Trey Hendrickson is having season-ending surgery. Monday Night Football tonight between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Los Angeles Chargers. Quarterback Justin Herbert expected to start tonight for L.A. He is dealing with a wrist injury. The Chargers also bringing back rookie running back Amarian Hampton from injured reserve. If you wanted to listen to the game, you can catch that on our sister station, The Bet 1520, tonight. Indianapolis Colts quarterback Daniel Jones suffered a season-ending Achilles tear. The Colts also do not have quarterback Anthony Richardson available either. He's still on injured reserve, while undrafted rookie Riley Leonard is dealing with a knee injury. To hockey, game day for the Buffalo Sabres as they hope to get their first win on a 6-game road trip. They'll take on the Calgary Flames tonight. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen expect to get the start in net for Buffalo. Dustin Wolf on the other side for Calgary. Puck drop set for 9 o'clock tonight. Pregame will start at 8 here on WGR. This holiday season, we're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit the Buffalo City Mission. It's powered by NYSEG. Going on through December 19th, you can donate new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop off your donation to the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. If you're shopping online, you could still help out and give through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. It's sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. You can get more details on our website at WGR550.com. This update is brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Football Monday continues. The Bills over the Bengals yesterday in the snow, 39-34. You know, that might be a question for Sal. I don't know. Is it interesting? So we were not at the game, and Sal was on the field. And for most of the game, I would say you saw snow steadily, flying by. Mm-hmm. Saw it on the field. How much, not a distraction, but how snowy was it really?
How much of an impact did it have on the game?
Yeah, maybe that can be a little bit of an illusion when you see that, because I'm not sure it was that much of a factor or that, much of an obstacle for players.
Guys, I would say it had very little impact on the game itself, other than the footing at some cases, like you saw Ty Johnson slip, right? It felt like he just couldn't completely get his footing on that early run. Mm-hmm. And then there were other times where you saw the choppiness of wide receivers on their routes. But I don't think it really – there's nothing coming out of this game where I think either team said, if it wasn't for the weather, right, if it wasn't for the snow, something like that. And, look at all the points that were scored, right? So they generally say, and I agree with this, when you have a wet field, a snowy field, the advantage does go to the offense because they know where they're going. The defense doesn't. And I do think the Bills did a really good job of misdirection. I'm not saying it was because of that necessarily. I think in this game, that can help you a lot when you have some play action, some misdirection, because you're going to try and stop and start and go a certain way. You're a linebacker, you see something, you need to pivot. It's a little bit tougher for you, while it isn't as tough for the offensive player to know where he's going and just get to that spot. There was hardly any wind, and that's usually what can get you in a situation like that. So I would say it really didn't have much effect.
I had a hard time, and this came up on postgame last night, and there were a couple of times where, showing either coach on the sideline is really the shot I noticed it in. It looked like it might have been windier than I thought it was going to be, but I trust you that it wasn't. It wasn't supposed to be, so I was surprised by that. But the way the snow was on the screen, it looked like maybe it was a little tougher. So it was a pretty decent day overall then, I would say, right?
Yeah, it was really cool, actually. I mean, you say that now because of the result. It makes you feel a little better, I guess. But it was a pretty cool day, just to kind of see that picturesque view. And I think what happens there, Bulldog, is you know how this works inside that stadium. You've been there enough times yourself to know that when that snow starts falling, because of the way the bowl is set up, kind of, so to speak,
it swirls around a little bit, even if it's not real windy.
And you can't, and you can't really tell, even when it's not that windy, but you get a gust and it kind of moves this way or that way, so it kind of starts moving around in different directions. So I thought overall, it was a good day for football. Really didn't impact these two quarterbacks. I mean, look at Joe Burrow, how effective he was, and lost in the Josh Allen incredible plays that were made. Dude was 79% completion percentage. Right. He was 22 of 28.
7 to receivers again, right? If you want that,
yeah.
But yes.
But yeah, I mean, Sal, it's almost like, I think maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago when he was just emerging as this player that he's become fully formed, we might have spent 2 hours talking about the throw to Shakir for the touchdown.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it didn't come up last night on our show, and it hasn't come up yet today until I just said it. And it's like, I hate to cop to taking it for granted, but, it happens so often. That throw is ridiculous. It's not like the hardest degree of difficulty, I think, if you just watched it live. But, like, looking back at it, what he does is preposterous, I think.
Yeah, let me give you my perspective on that play from my vantage point, actually. As I've seen that play enough, it reminded me a lot of the Ravens Week 1 game, actually, when he did the same thing on 4th down. It got tipped, and it was caught, right, by Keon Coleman. At that point, I think Josh knows he has to just throw the ball and make a play. It's 4th down, right? I mean, there's no living to fight another play. There's no throwing it out of bounds. You got to make a play. And when he threw the ball, I looked, and I'm telling you, in real time, Khalil Shakir was not turned around. Like, his head was not looking at the football. So I thought after he caught it, there's no way. Like, how did that happen? I went back and watched it. I put a screenshot of it up today. And I circled where the football was and showed where Khalil Shakir was. And sure enough, he was not looking at the football. And in fact, there was a defender between him and the football.
Right.
So Josh throws it. There is an argument to be made that Josh was trying to hit Tyrell Shavers in the back of the end zone. I don't know if he threw it hard enough or high enough, but certainly he was there and in that trajectory and in that window if Khalil Shakir is not there. Shakir then jumps in front of it. Just like in the Week 1, he's trying to hit Knox. Knox deflects it, and then it goes to Keon Coleman, right? Here, I think he was throwing it maybe to Shavers. I don't know.
Right. I had noticed this.
Can't really tell.
Yep.
But I'm telling you, and give Shakir a lot of credit. The minute his head got around, that ball stuck to his chest, and he grabbed it. Like there's also a bit of an art to these receivers having to do that with Josh. Like they have to know when that at any moment that ball can be on you, whether you're looking or not looking, and you better be ready for it. I think that's a part of this too when he makes plays like that.
Yeah, I'm glad you're highlighting Shakir here. Maybe it's as great a play by him as much as I'm loving up the throw. And yeah, late hands, is that what they call it? Like in this case, Shakir didn't have his head around, so there was no needing to pretend, right? But you'll see guys, when the defender has their back turned, wait until the last moment to put their hands up, because obviously you put the hands up, that's a clue for the defender to try to, get their hands in front of their hands and create a pass breakup. So, yeah, I guess great job all around then.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously it was a critical play in the game because a lot of them were, but it was just one of those plays all game where, Josh had to be at his best. And I wrote today at Arrow Up, Arrow Down or last night, and today you can read it, but Josh Allen is the reigning MVP, and he played like the MVP yesterday. Like that's how MVPs play. And when you are the best player in the sport, or arguably the best player in the sport, however you want to term it, those are the performances you need that separate you and your team from the other team. This isn't Pee Wee or high school where the gap in talent from roster to roster can be massive. That's not the case in the NFL. You know where the gap is in talent in the NFL? It's at the top end of the one or two players that make a difference, and that's where a guy like Josh Allen can make a difference in a game like that, and he did yesterday.
So, as much fun as we all had, 8:44 left. Cincinnati leads by 10 after the Gesicki touchdown. He had a big game for the Bengals. I mean, I already asked you about the snow. What was the crowd like in this game yesterday? Did it evoke for you memories of that playoff loss in the snow as well? I wonder what it sounded like in there with 8:44 left. And to that end, both Allen and McDermott early in their sessions last night made references to how the fans didn't leave, which was, for me, a little odd because normally they wouldn't, and it's a 1 o'clock game, unlike the opener. But it also sounded to me like maybe especially Allen has been carrying that around for 3 months.
It did to me too, but I guess if that's what bothered him, that's what bothered him. But he, I think that they wanted to recognize the fact that it's not that the game is never over, and you keep playing, and they have a shot to win no matter what. So that being said, for me, the beginning of the game was, even for me, heck with the fans in the stands, I'm sure the same way, but it felt a lot like that playoff game a few years ago. I mean, it looked the same. The uniform colors were the same, right? Aesthetically, the snow is falling, and bam, there go the Bengals right down the field and score, and there go the Bengals again right down the field and score. 3 straight touchdowns. It's 14-3 early. I went back and looked. In that game against the Bills, it was 14-0, the playoff game, and then the Bills scored as 14-7. I mean, in this one, it's 14-3. Bills were actually down even further earlier in the game than they were in that game. And then it was 21-11, and then, of course, down 10 in the fourth quarter. But, again, just like I felt in the Ravens game, this is not a great defense. You can make something happen here if you just get a stop. Just get a stop, and you never know. And it's a great lesson in just keep playing, because you're going to take some body blows, and they took a lot of them. But, man, if you just get that one stop, that one big play, you can turn things. And actually what it reminded me of a lot of ways, guys, was the Taron Johnson pick 6 against the Ravens, when it's just that one play where you see something happen and the crowd just absolutely erupts because they have been waiting for something to happen, and now they're in the lead, and oh my God, what did I just watch? Are you kidding me? And that was a lot of what it was like on the field yesterday watching that game.
Allen up to 77 touchdowns, or is it even more than that after yesterday? I don't know. I just love looking at that list. Tony Dorsett, same number.
I think he had one yesterday, so 77, because 76 broke the record last week.
One behind Ricky Waters.
That's a stat for you. I'll give you another one I tweeted out today. A.J. Epinesa is now the all-time franchise leader for defensive linemen in interceptions since the merger. He has 4. No other defensive lineman since the merger has had more than 4 interceptions. A.J. Epinesa does.
Oh, wow. For the Bills.
It's unbelievable. Ron McDowell does have 6. He played, all of his were in the AFL. So, all time,
NFL,
count
that.
Right.
He's second. But since the merger, it's incredible to think about.
Phil Hansen on that list somewhere?
He doesn't have 4.
Doesn't have 4. He had a big one in the AFC Championship in Miami.
Right.
I remember Hansen for that. All right, Sal, so let's talk, I guess, about injuries with there being some updates today. What did we get today?
Very encouraging news today. Not only did the Bills come out of this game with no new notable injuries, Sean McDermott actually said that he does believe there's a chance that Joey Bosa could play Sunday. He left the same door open for other players who've been dealing with injuries, saying they're all improving. Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown. Now, Cole Bishop did leave the game yesterday. He was the only official injury update we got from the Bills sideline, at least. But he was cramping, and McDermott said he should be okay. So for a team that's been so banged up this year, obviously, and every week it seems like there's something else. Last week in Pittsburgh, Bosa was the only one. You got through the whole game until that happened, and that kind of stunk, obviously, and you missed him yesterday dearly. But in this game, you go through this game, and no new notable injuries, which is really encouraging.
Yeah, that is really great. And I'll be really curious to see, moving into this last month, just how much of a slow play, if any, they will use on that stuff. Because they're secure. Really, Sunday is the big tell. Like, do they want they can stay alive for the division? And I think you should strive for that. But at the same time, I'm like, don't rush Bosa, right? Because I know earlier in his career, before he was a Bill, there's a time where he had a hamstring and he kept playing, and then he missed more time. And we joked around in the summer, put Bosa in bubble wrap until January. Well, we're to December. You just want to make sure he's there, especially him, Sal, because boy, when he's been hindered by the wrist, and even without him on the field, it's the same story. They just have really not much juice at all getting to the passer with 4 without him on the field.
Yeah, you're right about that. I would say, though, they're not going to play him if he's not ready. As much as it would be, hey, this is such a big game, we're still in the window here, we can do this. I just think that knowing the way this organization treats soft tissue injuries, knowing how Sean McDermott's talked about Joey Bosa, keeping him healthy, how important he is to this team going forward, the long game they've been playing, unless they're really sure that he'll be fine, they're not going to put him on the field.
Yeah.
But so if he is on the field, I'm confident in saying that they only do that because they feel that he's ready to go and there's not going to be any sort of risk to further injury. And if that were the case, then I wonder if they held him back this week because of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, maybe he could have, but we didn't want to do that this week. We wanted him ready for the New England game. So we'll see where it goes for sure. The other encouraging note on the injuries was McDermott was specifically asked about Dalton Kincaid, and he said he came out of the game really good. All signs are good moving forward, and he was in a good space yesterday.
Yeah, and I was worried about him, slippery field, knee injury on top of hamstring. And, I mean, I can't speak to how he felt out there, but he sure looked like he was moving well enough. You know, like with the video we saw early last week with the big brace on the knee, it was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have a one-legged man limping around out there. Maybe he's just a decoy. The game opens and it's Knox, right? And Knox has this incredible game, but they used Kincaid like they mostly do, which is sparingly, but it was super effective when they did.
Yeah, he was only on the field for, let me grab the snap counts, 22 of 64 snaps. That's 34%.
I think it's 18 routes as well.
There you go. And Dawson Knox and Jackson Haas pretty much split, at the top end of that tight end chart, 35 and 34 respectively as far as snaps. He was wearing a brace under his pants. You could tell that under his pads. I'm not sure how big it was. It wasn't like super notable necessarily, but you could see it a little bit. And, throughout the week you see a certain brace, and then later in the week you never know for a game. Yep. There's all different kinds of braces they can wear just to make sure that they're keeping everything stable and things like that. But I agree, he looked good running routes. Throwing him that bubble screen was interesting. He has to navigate through traffic a little bit there, so that was really interesting. And to keep him on the perimeter though was nice, so he doesn't have to take shots in the middle of the field. All of the catches he made, other than the slant, was a one-on-one at the end zone. But then he had the bubble screen. He had the other one across the middle. He gets to the perimeter. He's out of bounds, so that's good to keep him upright like that. They didn't ask him to do a ton of blocking. That was more Haas and Knox. But guys, I mean, we said it all week. Tight ends, right?
Yep.
We said all week, this is a tight end game. Mike, to your point earlier about only 7, catches to wide receivers, no doubt. Like, that's obviously a story. I don't think today is the day, though, to point to that, because I think the game plan was just go to the tight ends as much as possible because this team can't defend them.
It's only ever the day to go to that when they lose, and then it's the only thing we go to.
Right.
Nobody gets open. When they win, all right. They're running for 200 yards and stuff in games, and we still talk about it. But when they lose, it's definitely sirens.
Sal, not that it's our problem at all, but I don't know how aware you were of what was going on with T. Higgins in this game yesterday. But hearing word today that he's back in the concussion protocol, which is where he was last week leading up to this game, and hitting his head so severely early, and then again and again later, I could not believe he kept being allowed on the field.
Yeah. So let me tell you the perspective I had on this one too. I mean, I was probably one of the 5 or 6 closest people on the planet to this play happening. If he doesn't catch the ball, I might catch it because it was right there, and I thought it was going to go over his head, and I might have to reach my hands out. And I say that because that's how close it was, and because I couldn't believe he caught it. It was a great catch, by the way.
Yep.
He caught the ball, but he landed out of bounds. And when he landed right in front of me, the sound his head made hitting the turf was really notable. That everybody around me, staff members, there was a Fox Sports crew member there was a Bills sideline member, and we all looked at each other and went, oh, like, wow, like, geez. And then he stayed on the ground, and for a brief moment I'm like, okay, yeah, he's not getting up. And then he started to get up, and like, okay, and he sat up. And what was really the first sign of, okay, something's really wrong here, he pointed to his head.
Yeah.
He pointed to his head. And that's when they stopped the game. So this was not a case where, to my knowledge, it was a spotter from up top saying, you got to take the guy out. I mean, he was on the ground. When you're on the ground and you're not getting back up, trainers come out. That's the way the protocol is.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm bringing trainers over. So they went to do that. The trainers came over and spoke to him. He got up. He walked over with them. As you guys saw, he went into the blue tent. Now, we're all anticipating, okay, he's out with a head injury. This is a guy, and immediately we're all talking about how he just came out of protocol, right? All of us on the sidelines are like, yeah, this guy just came out of protocol. That really sounded bad. It looked bad. That's a terrible situation. He's probably done for the game. All of a sudden, not long later, oh, there's T. Higgins with a helmet on the sidelines. He's ready to go back in. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess he cleared protocol. And then later in the game, same thing kind of happens in the middle of the field. He catches the ball, gets up, same thing, and he continued to play. I said this morning with Jeremy and Joe, I said, I would not be surprised at all if we hear later today that he's in the protocol again, because that's what happened with Deion Dawkins when he went back in the game. Right. And then the next day, they said, you know what? He went back in the game, he was cleared, and then symptoms showed up, and he got put in the protocol. Well, guess what? That's what happened today.
I don't trust any of it. I just, who knows what's going on in there. The way that players pick other teammates up off the field as fast as they can to avoid the appearance of there being any sort of symptoms, I just don't trust any of it. Remember the sound, Bulldog and Sal, that Marty McFly's head makes when it hits the pavement after he falls from that tree in Back to the Future?
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Cringe-worthy sound. Mm-hmm. That is a cringe-worthy sound. The head on the
I honestly, guys, here's what I kind of compared it to for me was when, we all grew up in a time period of hockey fights were the norm, and you watch the hockey fight videos and all of that. But then you get a little older and you realize, what's happening there, and you understand, you're a little more educated on it. Then you go to a game, and when you watch a fight and a guy gets punched in the face really hard, and you're like, oh, man, I just can't believe I just saw that. That's terrible. And, that's how I felt on that play, to be quite honest with you.
Exactly the same.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks for being ready to go on that. I didn't hear you this morning, so I didn't know that it had come up. But and I also didn't know that you were right on the scene. It makes sense. It was right on the Bills sideline. So, wow. Yeah. That, hope the best for him, because that's week over week, and to have multiple incidences of hitting his head yesterday. Man, I just hope for the best.
We'll talk to you Wednesday.
Okay, guys, you got it. Thanks.
That's our dude, Sal Capaccio, on the Western Hotline. His appearances are always brought to you by New York's only outlet liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet?
Unless the Bills make a trade tomorrow, then maybe we'll bug Sal.
I think if I remember right, last week we found out that you can't make trades anymore.
No more trades this year. That's right. The deadline is passed. I mean, do you trust the concussion thing at all?
It's hard to say yes after what we watched yesterday.
I feel like that's most games.
I think it's really tough. It's hard to find. I feel like I want to point out examples when it does happen. Hairston left the Houston game and never came back. Like, he went to the tent and went to the locker room and didn't come back. Higgins yesterday went to the locker room but then came back out.
I think probably you have to be in really bad shape to get ruled out, because the players want to play,
of course,
and the team wants them to. So, I don't know. I just don't trust it. Benford in the playoffs. Benford, didn't he get a concussion against the Ravens?
Yes.
And then played against Kansas City and got another
the game
one?
with a concussion, right.
Like, it would make sense. I hate to be cynical about it, but players want to play. The team wants them out there. Think about what Benford's absence meant in that game. But he got another concussion. Taron Johnson has had several. And, doesn't have to be that he has to retire or anything like that. I'm not saying that, but everybody's incentive, except in theory the league's, is for the player to sit. And I think we know the seriousness of it is such that if it really were about safety, the players would be gone for a long time when they had a concussion. Right. Like, they'd be out games, I think. I mean, safety's supposed to be the point, isn't it? But it's not. I mean, it's nice to say that it is. Guys are going to play. It's a violent sport. And it's never, to me, surprising when you have something that looks suspicious like this, because I just don't feel like the league really wants that badly to sit players down when they have symptoms. I think they simply want you to think that they do.
They want the appearance of being diligent about it, for sure.
And I don't think they really have that benefit of the doubt. We settle for that as the explanation, but then this is the kind of thing that should probably never happen if it really is buttoned up.
Right.
Because it should have been obvious, and it just should have been an easy one. Again, I'm not in the tent, though.
Right. Yeah.
What's going on in that tent? Count to 5?
Yeah, I don't know. It really. I don't want to be overly dramatic, but it made me uncomfortable watching the game. Like he's a super important player for them, and that but just in general, it could have been a lineman, could have been anybody. It's like, wow, we're really doing this.
I trust the league in this area as much as I trust them when they tell us that Space Ref can't rule on penalties, because of course they do all the time. You even had an announcer in 2 Bills games ago announce the penalty, then take it back during the announcement. We got to go to a break here, but like when this happens, and it happens, it seems like in almost every game. Last night in Kansas City, there is no foul. All right, well, there was a flag down. Somebody called a penalty. We don't get to see it. There's no replay of it. There's no explanation for why it didn't stand. It just sort of disappeared. And because if you have too many penalties, announcers are going to harp on that. Hey, maybe this one, we just won't worry about this one. We'll just let it slide. Don't you think it works like that? 803-0550, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Football Monday on WGR.
A victory Monday for the Buffalo Bills. They'll be back on the practice field on Wednesday. Head coach Sean McDermott spoke earlier saying that Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown are improving with their respective injury status, and that Cole Bishop should be okay after leaving the game against Cincinnati yesterday. Around the NFL, speaking of the Bengals, they released wide receiver Jermaine Burton after he was suspended for this game yesterday. The Bengals also announcing that wide receiver T. Higgins is back in concussion protocol, while defensive end Trey Hendrickson is having season-ending surgery. Monday Night Football tonight between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Los Angeles Chargers. LA holding on to the 6th seed in the AFC at the moment. You'll be able to hear that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Indianapolis Colts quarterback Daniel Jones suffered a season-ending Achilles tear yesterday. The Colts don't have Anthony Richardson available either. He's still on injured reserve. Undrafted rookie quarterback Riley Leonard, who finished the game for Indianapolis yesterday, is still dealing with a knee injury. Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski has announced that rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders will be Cleveland's starter under center for the rest of the season. To hockey, game day for the Buffalo Sabres, hoping to get their first win on the road trip. It is game 3 of 6 away from KeyBank Center consecutively. They take on the Calgary Flames tonight. Pre-game starting at 8 o'clock, puck drop at 9 here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer. You're listening to WGR.
Did a Russ Bosa back from the hamstring, or, you look at individual cases like that. It's not a win or go home type of situation. You still have a strong playoff chance. Even if you don't win this game, of course, your chances at, winning the division go down even further. I think I saw it at about 17% or 18% today. They want to go win this game and do everything they can and put themselves in a position that if New England slips up and we stay hot, we can potentially win the division.
Eric Wood from earlier, I have been kind of taking on the attitude yesterday and today that yesterday's game was not that important. Maybe I've gone a little bit too far. I mean, this would not have ruined their season or anything had they lost, although we'd still be asking, if you will, the tough questions about them. Early not today because they got out with a win. But still, playoff chances-wise, it's really only Indianapolis. There's 8 teams that are 500 or better right now, and the Bills are at 9-4. So their playoff odds, which already were 90%, got better, but I'm not sure how much better they would have gotten.
It was
yesterday.
not a maximum leverage game by any means for them yesterday.
And, the division odds are pretty thin. The Patriots will have to lose not only to the Bills, but to either Miami or the Jets in their final 2 games. The Jets game is first at the Jets and then home to Miami to end the season. Even if New England lost to the Bills and Ravens, the best the Bills could do there is tie them through, what is that, 15 games at that point with 2 left, and then you would still need New England to falter again. By the way, it was announced today that the Patriots game with the Ravens in Week 16 is going to Sunday night, replacing Cincinnati at Miami. I had it written down today that the Dolphins are in prime time the next 2 weeks. They're not anymore.
No, they changed.
They are this week. At Pittsburgh on Monday night is Miami. But that Week 16 game with the Bengals has been moved to 1 o'clock. I guess that's good.
Yeah.
Way more interesting.
Yes.
Patriots, Ravens.
Yes.
This year?
By a lot. Yeah.
By a lot.
Yeah. And especially for us, even, knowing that we need them to, drop one of those last 2, still, it's going to feel much more real if we can all watch the Ravens beat the Patriots on Sunday Night Football, provided the Bills have held serve and kept winning, of course.
What about Baltimore now? It doesn't surprise me that they lost to Pittsburgh, even with what Pittsburgh looked like against the Bills. You know how the league works. It's not always the same matchups and just gate bounces. The Ravens got a couple of really bad breaks, it sounded like yesterday.
There were some tough calls. There's a fumble play where Rodgers is. I think a pass got batted and he caught it, and it was ruled that he had possession, even though I think the Baltimore guy came down with it. Ultimately, they kind of wrestled a little, so tie goes to the offense type of thing maybe happened. The more egregious play was a likely touchdown reception, I think pretty late. When they're down 5 is when that play happened. And likely makes a catch, and just before he can make the proverbial football move, I guess, the defender got it out of there on him. And even though he had 1 foot, 2 feet, there wasn't enough of a football move. It's just one of those what is a catch plays, quintessentially. And I don't even know. I guess I understand the interpretation of the rule, but I feel like we've all seen a play like that be ruled a catch, which is maddening. But anyway, they got hurt by a couple of plays that could have been big swings.
And there was a penalty called on a field goal attempt that the league, John Harbaugh says, admitted to him was wrong. And so it allowed Pittsburgh to keep the drive alive, and they scored a touchdown instead of a field goal. My guy Ben Gretsch, who was with the ship chasing team for a long time, tweeted today, I still can't believe the likely touchdown got overturned. Ranted last night there needs to be an element if a player doesn't, quote, perform an act common to the game, end quote, because he doesn't need to. Having the ball long enough to do so is enough. And then Ben writes, turns out that actually is the rule. And he shows the rule book. A player who makes, I'm sorry for this. This is where we just really hate our lives with this stuff. A player who makes a catch may advance the ball. A forward pass is complete if a player, I'm trying to shorten it, who is inbounds, A, secures control of the ball in his hands or arms prior to the ball touching the ground. Sure. That seems right. That seems intuitive.
Yeah.
And B, touches the ground inbounds with both feet or with any part of his body other than his hands. Right. And C, hold on, everybody. After A and B have been fulfilled, clearly performs any act common to the game. For example, extend the ball forward, take an additional step, tuck the ball away and turn upfield, or avoid or ward off an opponent, or he maintains control of the ball long enough to do so. So the rule book literally says you don't have to do that other thing. The third step, reach the football move. Let's just call that.
Right.
Every announcer tells you now the football move. The rule book literally says you can still have a catch without that as long as you have had the ball long enough.
To have done it even if you didn't.
To not need to do it. Like if I catch, listen to this. Don't even, doesn't have to be me, right? I'm not trying to distract you by the thought of me being on an NFL field. Let's make it, who do you want? Khalil Shakir.
Okay.
Khalil Shakir is open. Well, all right. Now, just Mike,
this
just
really,
get through it.
You with your fantasy football.
Well, this is, no. I got to just get through it. Khalil Shakir catches the ball in the middle of the field, and no one's around, and he decides just to stand there.
Doesn't make any moves.
Until somebody comes over and knocks he's just sort of, he's gone numb. He's just standing in the field. He doesn't know what to do. He's caught the ball. He's just standing there, no movement. Somebody comes over, knocks the ball out of his hands. That's a completed pass. Because even though he did not make a
football move,
he had the ball reasonably long enough that he could have.
And that's what I think is being asserted likely did last night.
It's exactly what that was.
Or yesterday afternoon.
And it's in the rules, so that should count.
Yeah.
And they overturned it.
Right.
Not only...
They ruled it a touchdown.
They ruled it a touchdown. But they clear and obvious. Hi, here's clear and obvious over here. Waving futilely to the masses. As if that ever mattered either. Overturned. Despite what the rules say. Oh, my God. I mean, this stuff.
Pour one out for the Ravens.
What was it last night that made me... you had the offensive pass interference against Ferguson for Dallas on Thursday in Detroit, which was insane.
Right. Yeah.
There was something else yesterday. I think it's most games. I think in most games, although maybe not Bills-Bengals, there's a play that you can just, like, being a reasonable person, go, there's no way that makes sense. Interference calls, holding, roughing the passer. Holy cow, roughing the passer. Watch an old game. You won't believe what wasn't roughing the passer.
Right.
Who was I watching recently? Washington and somebody. Just because we have an author coming up on Wednesday who wrote a new book on Summerall and Madden. And I've just been in the mood to listen to them lately and watch a couple of their games. It's tremendous. Which, by the way, Summerall never raises his voice, or really, like, never shouts, and you never have a hard time hearing him.
Well,
should really probably say something.
All-time voice.
All-time voice, for starters. That'll be on Wednesday at 4, by the way. Rich Podolsky, I think, is the author's name. So we'll make sure we know by Wednesday. The book is great. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, Football Monday, 803-0550. This is WGR. Welcome back. Football Monday on WGR. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Lines open for your calls into next hour, 803-0550. Tonight is the last game of most people's fantasy football regular season. Philadelphia at the LA Chargers. Bulldog, big fan. Boy, I remember meeting you at a car dealership once, and you were so kind. And I remember I still have the keychain and the koozie you guys were giving away that day. I cherish it. Just one, three questions and one comment, if that's all right. You got me? Can you hear me?
That's a lot.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Hello?
No. Yeah. I'm here. I was faking it at the car dealership. I really didn't like you.
You remember me? Oh, well, this changes things a little, but can I still ask my question?
I guess.
I am in a league where I'm down 9.
Yep.
Full point per reception. I'm down 9. I have Dallas Goedert, and my opponent, you, has Jalen Hurts. What are my odds?
I think you're in pretty tough.
I do too.
I think you're in pretty tough.
I think it's handshakes.
As long as Dallas Goedert doesn't score on a bunch of jet sweeps, I think the team with Hurts has got you.
He can't even be a tush-push candidate because he plays for Philadelphia.
Right.
Tight ends are doing this all over now, but
right, not there.
Not there.
No.
So that's going to be tough.
Yeah, I'm likely to beat you in advance to the fantasy playoffs with a quarterback in my lineup yesterday who had 0.
You were lucky.
Yeah, right. Other places it was negative, right? Tyrod Taylor. Yeah. I will not have a quarterback for the fantasy playoffs. A second quarterback. I have Hurts, but I will not have a second quarterback. I can't make a move, and we're stuck.
If you make it. If you hold me off.
If I hold you off tonight, we hold you off tonight. And if Taylor is not, maybe he'll be okay. I don't know moving forward, but not a great sign. I mean, he left that game very early and never returned, so I'm not exactly counting on him to be back next week.
There went much hope for my A.D. Mitchell play.
Right.
One catch late. Right. Busted. One of my best dynasty teams has Daniel Jones and Daniels. Done.
Yep. It's tough. The mean fantasy streets.
In happier news, in sort of an adjacent space, Joe Ostrowski's Survivor Leagues. You're not still alive in any of those, are you?
Well, we had to pick 2 teams yesterday, and I lost on the Bucks.
Okay, so you made it that far.
I made it that far. It's the first time I'd ever gotten. Is that standard? I'd never, because this was a reboot.
No, he'll put in, leagues will put in like double weeks.
I didn't know that was coming. I thought there was a problem with the app when I went in there yesterday morning. I'm like, what are you come on, I picked Miami. Leave me alone. Like, okay. So I had to pick Tampa, I had to pick somebody. I picked Tampa, and that was that.
Tampa Bay, I believe, was the most popular Survivor pick yesterday. They lost. Cleveland was second, and they lost 2. Joe said on Bet Sweats this morning, so his original high-stakes contest, $250 entry, winner take all. I think it's $55,000 is the pool this year. The guy that won it last year is one of 4 left.
Oh, wow.
Imagine winning that kind of thing 2 years in a row.
That's insane.
Well, my guys did it at Go Bills did it at the main event.
With the fantasy. Yeah, is there a payout for top? No. Just it's a winner take all. That's it. You said that.
Sometimes guys will chop it.
Yeah. Okay.
$55,000 among 4. They might decide to chop it. That'd be interesting because there'd be strategy in who the other teams haven't used yet.
Right.
And who you haven't used yet. This week, if you happen to be in a survivor pool that made it this far, there are lots of games in week 15 with double-digit spreads.
Well,
big favorites.
You mentioning Cleveland, really, I'm kicking myself because I've had this little Cam Ward thing, right? When I realized I had to pick a second team, I really stared at Tennessee.
You could have gotten to Tennessee.
I stared at Tennessee for a while. I was like, we're this late in the thing. Who's picking Tennessee? Ooh. Could they win this game? They're playing Cleveland. I thought, Myles Garrett is probably going to crush Cam Ward.
Did he have any sacks?
He did. I think he might have had a half a sack.
Okay.
That's it. Definitely did not have a whole one himself. I read something about a teammate got there and said, Garrett should get a half, so I don't know if they actually gave it to him or not. But anyway, I really thought for, I don't know, what's a long time to think about that? 5 minutes just looking at the screen. I kept looking at other games, and I kept going back to Tennessee. I'm like, I should do this. I've been talking about how Cam Ward is better than everybody thinks. Like, he's finally going to get a win. I mean, they barely hung on. They had a decent lead a lot of that day, but Cleveland just would not go away.
Pro Football Reference has Garrett as having 1 sack yesterday.
Oh,
one
he had
full.
one. Okay.
Which gives him 20 for the season. What's the record, 22?
He was 4 away going into yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know if that was the tire break. So.
Browns at the Bears this week, and then the Bills. Next 2 for Myles Garrett. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog at 803-0550, Football Monday. This is WGR.
Folks, Bulldog here this Sunday, the big matchup.
A victory Monday for the Buffalo Bills. They'll be back on the practice field on Wednesday. Head coach Sean McDermott spoke earlier today saying that defensive end Joey Bosa, linebacker Terrell Bernard, wide receiver Joshua Palmer, and offensive lineman Spencer Brown are improving on their injury status. Also adding that safety Cole Bishop should be okay after he had to leave the game yesterday against the Cincinnati Bengals. Around the NFL, plenty of news about Buffalo's opponent yesterday in the Bengals. Wide receiver Jermaine Burton was released by Cincinnati today. This comes one day after Burton was suspended by the Bengals and did not play against Buffalo. The Bengals also announced that wide receiver T. Higgins is back in concussion protocol, while defensive end Trey Hendrickson is having season-ending surgery. Monday Night Football tonight between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Los Angeles Chargers. Quarterback Justin Herbert expected to start for L.A. tonight, dealing with a wrist injury. L.A. also bringing back rookie running back Amarian Hampton from injured reserve. You'll be able to hear that game over on our sister station, The Bet 1520. The Week 16 game between the New England Patriots and Baltimore Ravens has been flexed into Sunday Night Football, going in the place of the Bengals against the Miami Dolphins. That game has been moved to 1 o'clock for Week 16. To hockey, game day for the Buffalo Sabres, hoping to get their first win on their 6-game road trip. They take on the Calgary Flames tonight. Puck drop set for 9 o'clock tonight. Pregame will start at 8 here on WGR. This holiday season, we're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission. It's powered by NYSEG. Going on through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop off your donation to the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. If you're shopping online, you can still help out and give through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. It's sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. You can get all the details on our website at WGR550.com. This update's brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
This guy's a real jerk.
And the Bulldog.
I'm sort of anal retentive, OCD kind of whack job.
On WGR.
42 down in today's defector crossword. QB stat. 3 letters. So it's not sack?
No, that's got 4.
Otherwise it'd be sack, given that it says QB stat.
Oh, I get it.
Get it?
Yeah, sorry. You made a funny there.
I liked Sal's stat on Epinesa. 4 interceptions, which is the most in a career by a Bills defensive lineman. Is that what he said?
Yes.
And the first name I thought of was Phil Hansen, because I still can vividly remember Hansen picking off Dan Marino in the AFC Championship game, like a tip play at the line, and he caught it.
Okay.
So I looked up, and that was a playoff game, so it wouldn't count
toward the regular season stats, right?
But how many did he have? He had 1 in his career in the regular season. It was his last season, almost his last game.
Oh, wow.
Second to last game. And I remember where I was for it. I do that quite often with Bills games. But I had just had ankle surgery. The only big surgery I've ever had was on my ankle. And didn't work for a couple of weeks maybe, and I was kind of snowed in. This is late 2001, a game at the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bills won when they were 2-12, I think. They won this game at the Jets.
Wow.
Pulled the upset. And I watched that game from my couch, I believe. And Hansen, I don't remember the play, but he had an interception of Vinny Testaverde in this 14-9 Bills win over the 9-5 Jets.
What year is this?
01. Williams. Van Pelt.
All right, I'm not on postgame for that.
No?
No.
2001?
There's a little pocket in there. I was doing postgame before when I was at WBEN on the network like we do now for a few years, and then kept doing it. But when we merged and I came over here to work mornings, Chuck was doing postgame, and that was entrenched, and of course that stayed that way. And I pivoted to working in the mornings on game days. So I was just wondering, I don't remember this game, but I probably did postgame for it. But nope, because the 2000 season,
I did post game.
Okay, wow.
Across the street.
Oh, okay. 2001-02, I was out of the post game gig. But when I got partnered with you in September of 03, I started again, and here we are.
Yes. So that's the 2001 season. Bills finished 3-13. The only game after that Jet game is the game that the whole league made up week 2, which was postponed for 9/11. And they moved all those games to the end. And that's it for Hansen. He retired after that.
And they drafted Mike Williams.
In the 02
offensive
draft.
tackle.
Yes.
That didn't go great.
Not really, no. Where are we at with Keon Coleman at this point? Anywhere? 2 catches again, or 1? 1 or 2? I think 2.
I think he had 2.
No receiver had more than 2.
I'll at least give him this. And this is one of these plays. Like, I sometimes notice if the angle of the shot, of the overhead shot of the huddle is right enough, you can sometimes see the quarterback get someone's attention as the huddle is breaking. And Allen did that with Coleman. I'm 98% sure. There's 2% variance for me being 60 years old. But I'm pretty sure he like pointed or like just he made a gesture that I thought was directed at Coleman. And then they got out there and just they saw the coverage. The guy was off him, and so that was a third down. They trusted him to, Allen trusted him to throw that ball to him to get a first down.
This is the play you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was right. Yeah, he gets his attention, I think, anyway, in the huddle. Like maybe head up, like this could be you if the coverage is right or whatever, and it was, and just quick hitter. And, yeah, I think Cook fumbles, right after that.
Okay. So
it gets lost kind of in the, but it was a 3rd and 3 maybe, and that play picked it up. So, I guess I'm trying to find any kind of a silver lining for Coleman. Like, if he's been, whoever's doghouse he's been in, certainly the coaching staff or McDermott's, probably Beans too. Allen at least trusted him there. Big play, not great conditions. And it's the kind of play he fumbled away a play like this near their own goal line against New England. Like, same kind of play, like quick hitter, and like he got tackled and lost the ball on that play. Anyway.
2 8-yard catches on that drive for Coleman, including that third down in deep.
Yeah.
And that's the day for him on 3 targets.
Yeah.
No wide receiver had more than 2.
He only played 26% of the snaps, I think I saw earlier today.
All those tight ends. You got to take somebody off the field.
Right.
18 snaps.
Yeah.
Yesterday. 28%.
Cooks played a pretty healthy amount.
Cooksey? Cooksey?
Cooksey, yeah.
36%.
Yeah.
High man for receivers, Davis. How do you like that?
Oh, right, Davis.
58.
That was it. I had Cooks and Davis mixed up in my head because I look at that every Monday.
And Davis is number 13. Cooks wore number 13.
Right.
Other teams.
Right.
I might have thought the same thing, seeing 13.
Yeah.
I'm not used to seeing Davis back.
Well, get used to it, mister. He has taken Coleman's spot, really, is what that sounds. Those numbers sort of indicate that Coleman was playing like 70% or more most of the year before the benching, and then that coincided with Davis getting activated. And I think as he demonstrates that he's healthy and can get through these things, they will probably trust him more and more as they go. Davis, big 4th down catch yesterday too.
Yep. Well, this is where we're at.
Right.
And like Sal was saying, today's not the day to harp on the receiver point. Like, no, it's not. You're right. A lot of times it doesn't feel like that's the day because they win and set franchise records in scoring, and we still decide it's going to be that day, even though they win all the time and score like crazy. We still make it that day. But no, it hasn't been today. I mean, the Cook fumble, Bulldog, that's pretty late. I mean, that's the last minute of the 3rd quarter.
Yep.
And they're down 3. It seems like one of those huge plays. Fumbling at the 1. But they win.
They got there, but yeah.
The Bengals drive.
Yeah, they took the ball and went up by 10.
6-minute drive, 6.5-minute drive after that to score.
Yep.
Now it's 28-18, and what's your win probability at that point?
It's a good thing it couldn't have been good, and it's a good thing they got. It turned out they had time at the end. They had to kill time at the end, so it's not like they were right under the gun. But I think for us, I don't know, maybe them even, was good that Allen run came. That drive was like a minute 11 seconds, I think.
Yeah,
that drive, highlighted by, of course, a 40-yard sprint to the end zone by the quarterback. Even a more time-consuming drive, but it just had us feeling pretty uneasy. Because even after that, right? I mean, you got your plays, but boy, the Bengals were driving. That Benford play happens. That's a 63-yard interception return. They were marching again. They were just. You needed the turnover to stop them, as it turned out.
Do you know? And I won't ask this of you in front of Ross Tucker, and I'm just as culpable, perhaps. But do you know what Burrow said? I don't, about the Benford play. Like, did Burrow blame himself?
I have not seen reference to it.
He probably would have. I mean, you kind of have to.
Yeah.
If you're the quarterback on that play.
Yeah.
But it would just be intuitive that this guy's not going to jump high enough to.
Yeah, Benford even said after the game, we are coached to stay, not leave our feet, because that's a lot of guys will burn you that way if they can run at all or just move around at all. You come in on a blitz and jump, you're toast. It's it's like the fake jump shot. You're off your feet. You're at my mercy now.
But that's not Burrow,
right? And just must have just been timed just enough that Burrow didn't have time to pull it down and reload, and he just throws it and.
He has Chase.
Clean cat. Yeah, sure. That's Benford's lined up over Chase, and he leaves him to blitz. So, yeah, that was absolutely there, and maybe that's the ball game. I mean, who knows? I don't know what else was over there on that side of the field, but there's not another Bill real close to Chase. I know that. It's an easy pitch and catch if Benford doesn't make the play he makes.
Well, if he goes for 10 yards... It's 1st and 10 Bengals at 5 minutes from the Bills' 23, up 3.
Right.
They're up 3.
Right.
I had it in my notes yesterday.
The best you can hope for there is the field goal of death.
I had it in my notes yesterday. Cincinnati is on watch for the field goal of death to go up 6. When you go up 6, it's actually bad math, even though it's, a field goal when it's 3, only field goal ties you. Now you need a touchdown, but teams will always go on 4th down. They have to be more aggressive, and that's actually bad for you, and you don't know it. So teams kick this field goal to go up 6, the field goal of death, and it's not a good decision. Then, though, the Bills are up 4, and they get the ball right back on another pick.
Right.
And I wrote down the next thing in my notes. It's like field goal of death, watch, Benford touchdown, Bills now on field goal of death watch, even though it's 4, not 3.
Right.
It's not as egregious, but still, you're putting the other team in the same situation where they have to go for it.
I was really impressed with McDermott there because, what do I know? I'm just a guy watching football. The temptation to get a 7-point lead, I would think, would be pretty strong. Worst case scenario, I'm going to overtime, unless this team's got the balls to go for 2, which maybe they would have. The year they're having, if they drive down with the chance to tie me, right? I don't know how much of a debate it was, but they went for it and got paid off.
That's the pass to Hawes.
The Hawes pass, right? That put them up 10, and then
after a Knox pass is overruled, and that really wasn't even that close. The one that at first they counted
11,
for Knox.
Put them up 11. Sorry,
put them up 11.
Yeah.
The Bengals needed 40 seconds to score after that.
Even then, we still had to sweat it, right? The first down play from the Bengals. Are you looking at the play-by-play right now? It sounds like you are. That first play is like a 30-yard pass over the middle to Gesicki, is it not?
Yeah, 37.
Oh, my gosh. It's like, can you make them work a little here? No? Okay. And, yeah, they're in the end zone, and next thing you know, we're sweating out. That sequence, the Bills' last, the drive that ended the game is like run clock, make them burn timeouts, and they eventually are out of timeouts. But, man, they dropped back to pass and they got home.
Here's Mike with us. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for having me on the show.
Sure.
Listen, I just wanted to add to that. Like, I thought that the fact that they didn't I think they punted once, maybe. I think I remember seeing one punt. They didn't punt at all?
Zero.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That made the game super exciting. I mean, I thought to myself, finally, no punting. That was, I mean, I know it was one of those games where you probably shouldn't, but I feel like, in years past, they would have punted a couple times in those situations or went for field goals or something like that, and they just went fourth down, and that, to me, is, if they played like that every game, I mean, it didn't work out well for Kansas City the other night, but, I mean, I guess those are the breaks. But I just figured, I thought Mike would probably enjoy that as much as I did.
Yes, yeah. I'm all about it.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, right. The league has come a long way, but maybe still not all the way on fourth. Teams are going more often than ever. The war has been won. It's over. There are still old-timers holding on to, the Troy Aikman camp. I don't get it. I know what the data says. I don't get it. So you still have some voices that are saying that, but there's nothing left to really figure out. And you're seeing NFL teams finally having graduated to this place where they know. I mean, McDermott, coaches have got to be coaches. He's asked about it after the game, and he said, aggressiveness, toughness. Right. There can be that, but it starts with the math. And let's not pretend that it doesn't. But, coaches are coaches.
Chiefs did get bit on, right, and Reed is being very hard on himself, like, for the decision, which I don't, I think the Chiefs absolutely should have gone for it. I think the question is, like, I might have dozed off. I saw the end of the game, but I missed the sequence where they went for it on fourth down at their own 31.
I think.
And look, you especially, Kareem Hunt, what are we doing here? Hasn't he been pretty automatic on, like, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1? I feel like his success rate is incredible. And this is one of these deals where, the thing that you chose, and didn't work. But they tried a pass play instead of going to Hunt. It was 4th and 1, right? For the Chiefs, I'm pretty sure that's what I read earlier today.
4th and 1, and it's a pass to Rice who drops it.
Right. So
that team... Rice drops passes now. I mean, maybe I shouldn't just say now, but that was a story last night. Kelsey, too.
Not only drops, but they're like drops that turn into interceptions.
And this basically is a turnover, this play you're talking about, because it's 4th and 1.
Right.
Everything, it looks so hard. Every deep pass is way off. I don't know why. Is it Mahomes is bad? I don't know. Like, last year was like this a lot, too.
Yep.
And these games this year, this game ends up not being a one-score game, which is kind of funny because it was with 30 seconds left. Like, it could have ended up 17-10. But the Chiefs have gone completely the other direction in one-score games. This is why I feel like the whole learn how to win mantra is nonsense, because the same teams that learn how to win forget. That's the only logical conclusion. The Chiefs forgot how to win. That's why they're losing now. They forgot how to win. Well, 6 and 7. They're not dead.
No.
18%. They have to win out. They have the Chargers next. The Chargers play tonight. That game's at Arrowhead. They have Tennessee. They have Denver at home, and they have Vegas. That's their 4 games. And if, according to Seth Walder at ESPN, if they win them all, they're 54% to get in. Depends on the Colts, who they beat. That's maybe a big win for them. I don't know if the Colts are going to win another game.
I don't know who's going to play quarterback for the Colts at this point, right? They're to Brett Rippon, I think.
The injury makes it such that I really can't brag so much about it if it ends up happening, but this is my Paul McGuire moment from 1986 when the brilliant call in 1986 with a studio audience on the NBC pregame show predicting on the air that the 10-1 Jets would lose out.
They're not going to win another game.
They're not going to win another game, and they did. They lost their last 5 games, and he called it. What a prediction. In New York, with an audience.
Right.
The Jets are not going to win another game. And then they still made the wild card and played the Chiefs. Pat Ryan was the quarterback for the Jets on this day. And the moment came to Paul McGuire. What do you think? He's like, I love the Jets today. And they won. Brilliant.
That's really great.
I said 8-2 Colts, they're going to lose out. And they're 0-3. They have at Seattle this week. I mean, they'd be a touchdown underdog with Daniel Jones in that game. San Francisco on a Monday night. Jacksonville and Houston.
Yeah, they're toast. It was a good call by you. Even with Jones, I think they'd be toast in those matchups.
You know, maybe.
Well, he was playing with a broken fibula or something to begin with, so like he was not able to really function at the level, you know, he was earlier in the year. So there was that too. So that sort of exaggerates it, I think.
Yeah, I just thought it's not a great team. Let's remember who we're talking about here. And the teams on their schedule are all tough. And in terms of the Texans and the
all
Jaguars,
playing for something too. Yeah,
that's right too. And the Texans and the Jaguars defensively are very tough. You're seeing Houston now; it's like they're a story. And that's 4 of their games. That was 4 of their games. Indianapolis with Daniel Jones throwing the ball to Alec Pierce, I guess. Yeah. Well, I've cashed out some of those already.
All right.
Decided. Well, my wife got involved, and
oh boy,
she's like, "You know what I'm going to say? Cash out all of it. You could lose, honey." Fair enough. Fair. Tonight, Eagles at Chargers. The Eagles are favored by 2. We don't have this game in the picks. You went 5-0, I think.
Yeah, I had a perfect week.
5-0 in the picks.
How did you do?
3-2.
Would have liked to pick up more than 2 games, but I'll take it.
We both won on college.
I was really impressed by Indiana. Like, the story of that team mostly this year has been the offense. And that was a slugfest Saturday night with Ohio State. And they D'd up and did it. Like, I did not. If you'd have told me the final score of that game was going to be under 20, like,
13-10.
Okay. Indiana's dead. But I was really impressed. They played some tough defense against Ohio State.
Wild times in that sport with teams begging off of bowl games now and just all the different controversies there seem to be. Who made the playoff and who didn't. Notre Dame was minus 3,000 yesterday morning to make the playoffs. They didn't get picked. Crazy. Eric Wood with us on this Football Monday. Earlier today, we'll have that conversation for you next. Sabres pregame at 8. Sabres are in Calgary tonight and Edmonton tomorrow. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. This is WGR.